welcome everybody that's in attendance here. I think we're online as well, so welcome everybody else that's visiting us via the web. We have a full slate of events to cover today. I know that we had a specific TEG conference last year or 2 years ago. 2 years ago? Last year.
It was spring 2010.
18 months ago. But I remember the audience was large because we hadn't had a specific event for the independent colleges in quite some time. So I appreciate the fact that y'all have come here today. And again, we're trying to put as much of our content online as possible. So if you can't make it to Austin, we know the travel budgets get difficult sometimes. So we're trying to put as much content as we can on the web, and hopefully we can interact with folks that can't be here. We have a very full slate of events that are scheduled to go through today. I'd encourage you to ask as many questions as possible because it's good to have a name and a face and the resources that are here that can answer your questions. I know that Jane's got a couple of presentations, one of them being on residency, which is seems like it's potentially not as critical from y'all's perspective because you don't necessarily use residency from an enrollment standpoint, but it is critical from a state program standpoint that you adequately capture residency information. So pay special attention to the residency presentation. Again, I guess maybe I should introduce myself. I'm Dan Weaver. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Business and Support Services. Part of my responsibilities are the state grant and loan programs, as well as some of the operational aspects of the agency. And I believe as we have other folks show up and speak to you, they'll introduce themselves. And again, I'd encourage you to ask lots of really difficult questions because they help us. They help us to be better at our jobs. And I'm going to turn it over to Jane. She's going to go through some of the logistics of the day and to get y'all started. And welcome to Austin, and hope you enjoy the day.
Thank you, Dan, except for the comment about the tough questions.
Lots of tough questions.
Lots of tough questions. Welcome. I'm Jane Caldwell, Director of Grants and Special Programs, and we welcome those who are here in person and also those online. Those who are online, the materials that we will be covering today and that are in the handouts for the people who are here were emailed using the Grant Special Programs distribution list this morning. So you might want to check there to see if you want to download any of those materials. Obviously, you'll see the PowerPoints here. They will also be posted, or in fact, I think they are already posted on the Grants and Special Programs section of the Coordinating Board website. So, again, we're trying to make the materials as readily available as possible. Just a few issues, logistics about this building. Some of you have been here before, many of you have not. Just FYI, the restrooms are in the middle of this main hallway that you came in through. Both the men and the women are right there. If you want something to drink other than the water or the coffee that we have here, as you walk from the entrance of the building toward the restrooms, there's a hallway going into a work area, and you'll see the vending machines on your right. We don't have a set time for lunch. Those of you who ordered lunch, it will be delivered here to the coordinating board. Usually it comes around 11:30, starting 11:30, between 11:30 and 12. And what we plan to do as far as the program is concerned is we'll just take a temporary stop, let people get their food, let those who chose not to order food run next door and grab something to bring back. But no more than 30 minutes because we need the time for the program. And then we'll come back and get started. You'll be welcome to eat your lunch while we're presenting. We just had a lot of information we wanted to share with you, and it was suggested that we not waste your time by having you run out for a long lunch when we really have more information to share with you. So hopefully that will work with you or for you. I'd like to take a moment and ask each of you to introduce yourselves and your institution, just to get people here. Thankfully, we have a small enough group where that makes sense. I'll start down here at my left. Could I ask you to do so?
I'm Brett.
And pass it down.
Cool microphone. Brett Hawkins, Dallas Baptist University. I'm the technical coordinator.
I'm Lee Ferguson, Director of Financial Aid at Dallas Baptist University. Cheryl Suzzy, Texas Lutheran University.
Kathleen Wright, Director of Financial Aid, Texas Lutheran University.
Mayester Francis, Assistant Vice President, Jarvis Christian College.
Christy Davis, Assistant Director of Financial Aid, Houston-Tillotson.
Hi, Diane Nunez, Houston-Tillotson University, Financial Aid Counselor.
Media Mahana, Associate Director of Southwestern University.
Hi, I'm Kay Derrick, Assistant Director at Texas Christian University, or TCU.
Lori Coulter, Director of Financial Aid, Austin College.
Esmeralda Flores, Assistant Director, Our Lady of the Lake.
Sylvia Martinez, the Grants Accountant, Our Lady of the Lake University.
Dave Krause, Director of Financial Assistance, St. Mary's University.
Marivelo Ojeda, Assistant Director at St. Mary's University.
David Orsag, Associate Director at UMHB, University of Mary Hardin-Baylor.
Zach Kruger, Assistant Director, University of Mary Hardin-Baylor.
Taryn Anderson, University of Dallas, Director of Financial Aid.
Valerie Quay, St. Edward's University.
Arthur Goodo, Director of Financial Aid, Texas Chiropractic College.
Bonnie Trevino, Trinity University.
Glendy Gaddis, Director of Financial Aid at Trinity.
And we have a few hiding in the back, and you thought you'd escape, but you're not going to.
I'm Joseph Knight. I'm the Information Processing Specialist at Southern Methodist.
Hi, Elizabeth Putoff. I'm with ICUT.
Ruby Elizabeth Garcia, Internal Audit at CB.
Apola Ahmed, Internal Audit, CB.
Connie Cooper, Assistant Director, Grants and Special Programs, Coordinating Board.
Renee Jones, Program Specialist for Texas College Work Study.
Rafael Villarreal, Loud, apparently, over TEG, and a little bit of Top 10 as well.
Lynn Kenyon, Assistant Director, Grants and Special Programs.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Actually, there's one other thing I'd like to ask. If you have a cell phone or something that would buzz, if you would put it on vibrate, we'd appreciate it. Those, again, in the audience, if you have questions that come up while we are giving our presentations, you're welcome to send that question to us. You would send it to the teg@tegcb.state.tx.us address. And Connie is going to be our everyman. If we have questions coming in, she will raise her hand and ask the question as they come in. We expect to be finished by 3:30, but the actual times for each unit is going to flow with the give and take that we get from you. Please feel free to ask questions as we go along, and I hope you will find this to be a very worthwhile day. Thank you again for being here. I'm now going to turn the podium over to Lynn Kenyon, who will talk about TEG.
Thank you. Okay, as a reminder about questions, for those of you here at the coordinating board, there are some mics around the table, and even though this is a small group and we would probably hear each other very well without the mics, this is to help those that are listening in via the web hear your question so that they can also have benefit from the answer, the question and the answer. If you don't have a mic near you, I have an extra one up here, but if we'll work together to pass it around, that would be great. And again, for those that are out there listening via the web, if you have a question, send that question in to the TEG@tegcb.state.tx.us, and we'll try to get those questions answered as well. Okay, I have the privilege of beginning the workshop today by talking to you about the tuition equalization grant, just a general program review. That's weird. Won't say anything until we get that taken.
Now, Maddie came up to him.
And now. Here. For those of you out listening in the web, we had a little bit of, someone had it pulled up where they could hear the webinar going on, so there was kind of my voice saying what I just said delayed. It was just kind of strange, but anyway. Okay, I think we have that under control now and we can get started. Anyway, as I was saying, I have the privilege of talking to you about general information about the tuition equalization grant. So we'll get started on that. These are the things that I'm going to try to cover. As you can see, very general information about the purpose of the program, the various responsibilities of the coordinating board and you as the institution, student eligibility, award amounts, tuition differential, etc. So those are the items that we're going to go through today. You should have a copy of this PowerPoint in your handouts, as well as some other related information that I'll reference as we're going along. Okay, the program purpose of the TEG program. It is to provide need-based grants of money to eligible Texas residents as well as non-resident National Merit Scholarship finals enrolled in an approved private or independent Texas college or university in Texas. As you know, being in the financial aid profession, one of the cornerstones of our profession is to provide students access and choice to an education. Access if they don't have enough in family resources to get that education. And then even if they do have enough to go to a state-supported institution, but they want to go to a private institution, we're there to help them have that choice of going to that private institution if that's what they choose to do so. I think the TEG program is a good example of giving that access and choice because it's there to help that student with the tuition differential between going to a state-supported institution and a private institution where the tuition is a little bit higher. So that's the purpose of the program. It is a campus-based program. When a program is created and the coordinating board administers the program, it can be administered in many different ways. It can be centralized where the coordinating board actually accepts the applications, determines the student's eligibility, and then sends the money to the institution for that student. TEG is different than that. It is a campus-based program, meaning it's decentralized, and you as the institution determine eligibility for the program, receive the money from the coordinating board for the students for whom you've determined eligibility to receive that money, and then you disperse that money to the school. So it is a campus-based program. There are several players in a campus-based program, and this kind of shows you the flow of how a campus-based program would work, where the legislature actually creates or passes the law that authorizes the program. The coordinating board, if given rulemaking authority, which for TEG we are given rulemaking authority, we then draft rules, interpret that legislation, draft rules, allocate monies to the institutions. You then select the eligible recipients for the program based on those rules that we have drafted and had approved. Once you disperse the money to the student, you then request that money from the coordinating board, and we then issue that to you. At the very end, after the award period is over, we have to generate statistics with your help, so we have to get information from you about the students that you've awarded, so that we can then compile reports and report back to the legislature about the students that receive the TEG program. So that's kind of the flow of how a campus-based program works. Responsibilities of the coordinating board in that flow: one is to interpret the statutory language in the legislation that authorizes the program. We then create the rules and the procedures that you're to follow when administering the program at your institutions. We provide training, such as the training today, at TASFA workshops, at the regional training, etc. We allocate, issue, and then we track the funds that go out to the institutions and ultimately to the students. And then we gather data back from you so that we can report to the legislature about those awards that you made. The rules process flow, when we do have rulemaking authority, as we do in this particular program, is as is outlined on this particular slide. The two that I want to bring the most attention to are the ones with the black background, to let you know that just as you have the opportunity to provide feedback at the federal level when they're doing when they're making regulations, and you have you get a notice of proposed rulemaking for the feds, you also have the right to provide feedback when we're making rules at the state level. So when new rules are proposed, they are put out there for public feedback, and you have the right then to go out there, read them, and give us any feedback that you would like to provide about those rules. So we're not going to go through each of these steps, but I wanted you to be aware of the process flow for rulemaking so that you'll be aware of it. Yes, sir. Oh, can y'all pass the mic?
Yeah, Lynn, I've got a question. How are the schools notified when there's proposed rulemaking out there rather than have to go out there on a regular basis to check that site?
That's a very good question. Do we have a system that we are actually notifying the schools when these are available? I'm going to defer that to Jane.
We don't have a formal approach for doing that, but I think what might make sense now that we have the biweekly Q&A that's going out is maybe to include a notice in that when the rules are posted. Can you hear that? Can you hear me okay? Obviously, they're posted for 30 days, so that would, if we are sending out Q&As every 2 weeks, that would be an opportunity to do that.
Or just a message perhaps out to the GNSP listserv, which I hope each of you is subscribed to. Would that be a better way? What would be a good way for us to do that? Let me get your feedback. Would a message to the GNSP listserv, do you pay attention to those when they come out?
No. I would say, though, but you know, for example, when your emails come out, just like, for example, this morning with all the handouts, we pick up those very quickly. So that could be a way, but I'd also agree with Jane, too. If it's coming out every 2 weeks, that gives you plenty of time. I mean, there's not a lot of rule changes that are coming out, which is good, but it would be nice to know kind of up front on those.
Good point. Good point. Okay. Responsibilities of the institution for a campus-based program. One is to apply all the program rules that we do produce and have approved, and policies and procedures to make sure that you're following all of those. To identify eligible students for the program based on those rules and guidelines, determine award amounts, and then monitor student eligibility. Request and disperse and monitor the funds that are being dispersed to the students, submit data and reports to the coordinating board so that we can then report back to the legislature about the program, and then meet any established deadlines that we will have for reporting purposes, etc. Some of the reporting requirements, and there are a lot of reporting requirements for the TEG program, and I'm not going to go into detail about these because fortunately Raphael is going to have a whole session this afternoon about the reporting requirements, and he will go into each of these and answer any questions that you have. But these are the main 5: the needs survey, the progress report, end-of-year report, the financial aid database report, and then the audit report for the TEG program. And again, Raphael will go over those this afternoon. The coordinating board will also conduct program reviews for the tuition equalization grant program. It's not every school every year. Schools will be selected either by our internal auditing office, or sometimes our office staff will actually do a program review. But there will be TEG program reviews performed every year on the schools that are selected. The audit report that you submit is one of the tools that is used to determine if your institution will be one of the institutions chosen in a particular year. And if you are chosen, you will be given a 30-day notice that the audit is about to be performed and what you need to do to meet the requirements of that audit. Okay, let's talk a little bit more now about the program eligibility, or what the program guidelines are for student eligibility, et cetera. There are two types of programs within the tuition equalization grant program based on the legislation that changed in 2005. But there's the first program is the original TEG program, and then there's the 2006 revised TEG program, and I'm sure you're very familiar with this. But the initial or original TEG program applies to students who were offered a TEG, their initial TEG, prior to September 1st, 2005. The revised program, which is probably the majority, if not all, of the students that you're dealing with now. The revised TEG program applies to students who were or will be offered their initial TEG on or after September the 1st, 2005. Does that make sense? Any questions about that? I'm sure y'all deal with that on a daily basis. Student eligibility. Who's eligible for the tuition equalization grant? First, as I said, it is a need-based program, so the student has to show financial need. They have to be registered or be exempt with selective service. They have to be classified as a Texas resident, which this one's probably a little different for you as an independent institution than it is for a public institution determining residency, because, and Jane will go into this later, she has a whole presentation on residency, but at a public institution, their admissions office determines residency, because it's very important for each student who's attending the institution to know if they're considered a resident or a non-resident. At your institutions, it's only for financial aid purposes, so you in the financial aid office have to determine residency for the TEG program. And as I said, Jane will be going over this. So they have to be classified as a Texas resident or be a National Merit Scholarship finalist who is receiving one or more scholarships totaling at least $1,000 from the institution or from an outside source paid to the institution for the student. Okay, so it can be a combination, and this is to bring it more in line with what the state institutions have to do for the scholarship waiver for out-of-state students who pay in-state rates. Any questions about that? The TEG recipient cannot be a recipient of an athletic scholarship. They are required to pay more tuition than is required at a comparable public institution and be charged no less than the regular tuition required of students enrolled at the institution. This deals with the tuition differential, which we're going to talk about in just a little while. And for the original TEG program, the student has to be enrolled at least half-time. And for the revised program, they have to be enrolled at least three-quarter time and be working on a degree leading to their first associate's, bachelor's, master's, or doctoral degree. Any questions about any of those? Yes, Jane.
So this means if they have received an undergraduate degree and want to go back for a second undergraduate degree, they can't get TEG during that second degree?
That is my understanding, yes. Okay. They could go on in that situation if they just completed their first undergraduate degree and work on a master's degree and continue to receive the TEG program, but they can't get it for a second undergraduate degree. That is correct. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So to continue the analogy, then, if they wanted to go on and get a doctoral degree, they could get TEG after their master's and get TEG for a doctoral degree also?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
On athletic scholarship, we have students who help in athletics, but they're not athletes. Is that still, we interpreted that broadly to mean they couldn't get it either. Do you know if that's true? They're athletic assistant.
They can't get it even if they're not getting a scholarship?
They're getting a scholarship.
Oh, they are getting a scholarship. I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
They're just not athletes.
Right, they would not be eligible if they're receiving an athletic scholarship. That is correct.
They're not athletes.
Even though they're not athletes, if they're receiving a scholarship that is an athletic scholarship, they cannot receive TEG. Okay?
Lynn?
Yes.
One other issue is you could have someone get an athletic scholarship in one term, but they couldn't get TEG in that term. And in the follow term, when they did not get the athletic scholarship, they could get TEG. The issue is they can't get them concurrently.
Good point. Okay, award amounts for the 11-12 year. The maximum annual TEG award for the 11-12 year is $3,518 unless the student's financial need is met, and of course since it's a need-based program, it's limited to the student's calculated need, which may be less than that $3,518, or if the tuition differential for that student is less than the $3,518, it could not exceed the tuition differential. So it's $3,518 annual award maximum, or financial need, or the tuition differential, whatever is the least amount. Okay? There is an exception to that $3,518 is if the student is an undergraduate student with extraordinary need, and extraordinary need in this situation for this program is defined as having an EFC less than or equal to 1,000, that student may receive up to 150% of that annual maximum. So 3,518 times 150% is 5,277. However, remember that even in this situation, if that 5,277, if need has already been met and it's less than 5,277, it's limited to the calculated need or the tuition differential. Make sense? There is required proration on for a student in certain situations. For the original TEG program, since the student can receive it at least half-time, if the student is less than full-time, the TEG must be prorated based on the percentage of the student's enrollment based on your full-time award, and that's determined at your institution. For the revised TEG program, they can get it for being three-quarter time, so they can get a full award actually at three-quarter time. If they are part-time, if they're part-time and you have approved them to receive it less than full-time based on a hardship, or because it's their last semester pending graduation and they only need so many hours to graduate, there is a schedule shown right here that you have to prorate the award based on the number of hours that the student is enrolled in. Okay? Yes, ma'am. I have a question, and here comes the mic. Yeah, you need to.
If they end up dropping a class after they've been awarded a full 100% award, how does that impact?
It's based on your institution's refund schedule.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about tuition differential. Tuition differential, which is very important in the tuition equalization grant, is the difference between the tuition paid at a private or independent institution and the tuition the student would have to pay if they went to a comparable state institution in Texas. And there's actually a chart we're going to look at here in a second so that you can actually see what the tuition differentials are. Prior to the 11-12 year, you had a little bit more flexibility in determining the tuition differential. Beginning with 11-12, there's actually a chart that I'm going to show you here in just a second that you have to go by. When tuition differential is determined, only tuition is compared, not fees. Both resident and non-resident differentials need to be calculated. Why? Because you have the students that the national merit finalists, word slipped me for a second. You have your national merit finalists who could be out-of-state students that are coming to your institution that are eligible. So you have to determine the tuition differential for those students. And again, if an institution's tuition for the relevant number of hours minus the public institution tuition is less than the maximum amount of 3518 or the 5277 for exceptional needs students, then the award must be adjusted so that it will never exceed the tuition differential. Okay, here is the chart, and I believe I think we had several communications about this, but I know that there was an official memo that went out in June, and it is in your handouts. I believe it came out either from Dan or from Arturo concerning the actual set tuition differentials for 11-12, but it's actually being determined now by the SACS classifications. So you would match your SACS classification, Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. You have a level, and I said, I would not have known what our level was. You may know what your level is, but I'm sure there are people at your institution who can tell you what your level is. Actually, Raphael clarified that for me earlier today. It depends on the grade, the degree level that you offer at your institution. Would depend on if you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So depending on what your level is, and here are the tuition differentials that we have calculated for you. It's an average tuition amount for students, for state institutions who are in that same SACS level that your institution is in. These are the tuition differentials that you would use, and we have examples here of 30 hours, 24 hours, and 18 hours, and then for graduate for 20 hours. Any questions? Yes.
Is that a typo under the 18 hours on the level 6 of 35,000?
Oh.
No, that's accurate.
I think that's probably a typo. Raphael, if you wouldn't mind checking that out, and we'll make sure that they have the correct information. It should be, thank you, Dave. It should be 3557. I think it should be, yeah, that would make sense. 3557, the 3 is an extra number. Oh, gosh, yes. Actually, when you go to the next slide for the law school, I thought this was a typo because I was thinking, my gosh, that's expensive for tuition for law school. But apparently that is correct because Raphael checked that out for me. So this is what the tuition differential would be for law school, if you have a law school on your campus. And then we have 20-hour amounts here because we found that that is the typical enrollment for your law school students. But if you needed to do it less, then this is the average tuition rate for 1 hour would be, for instance, for a resident student, $825. So if you're needing to go 3 hours less, you'd do $825 times 3 and subtract that from the 20-hour.
Let me add some clarification. On that 20 hours, that's typically, full-time status is 10 hours a semester, so that's with a 20. But typically, it's a 90-hour program for 3 years, so you're really looking at 30 hours a year, depending on what they do in the summer. So the 20 hours is basically just what a full-time is on that. So.
Okay. Okay, satisfactory academic progress and periods of eligibility or maximum time frame, as you may be more familiar with that term. In the original program, for recipients under the original program, the satisfactory academic progress is based on your institution's SAP, Satisfactory Academic Progress Policy, for both the qualitative and the quantitative, including maximum time frame issues for that student. Okay, that's pretty simple. For the revised, or for students receiving a TEG through the revised program, it's a little bit different. For GPA and completion rate after their initial year, it is your institution's satisfactory academic progress policy. After the initial year, for GPA, it's a 2.5 GPA requirement. For completion rate for undergraduates, it's 75% completion of attempted hours for the year and completion of 24 hours for the year for an undergrad. For a grad, it's 75% completion and 18 hours for the year. For periods of eligibility or maximum time frame for students in the revised program, for undergraduate students, the maximum time frame is the 5th anniversary of the initial award if the student is in a 4-year or less degree plan, or 6th anniversary of the initial award if the student is in a degree plan of more than 4 years. For graduate students, they can keep going as long as they're continuing to meet the completion rate in GPA for as long as you determine at your institution. Any questions about that? Do we have any questions from our viewing audience at this point, Connie? No? One on residency, and that'll be later today. Cool. Just want to make sure y'all know we're not forgetting you out there in web land. Okay, the revised program has hardship provisions that you are allowed to take into consideration. Hardship provisions are allowed for the following: if the student is enrolled less than 3/4 time based on a hardship, as determined by your institution, if their GPA is less than the 2.5 requirement, if their completion rate or completed hours are lower than the set requirements for the program. If you have a student in that situation, you have the authority, based on a hardship policy that hopefully you have written and available at your institution, to approve a hardship for a student to allow them to receive it if they are not meeting one of these requirements. Hardship conditions could include, but are not limited to, maybe the student has had a severe illness and their completion rate was below what it needed to be, lower enrollment due to imminent graduation, care requirements of a dependent. These are just some possibilities. Of course, it's your professional judgment and it's determined at your institution, so there may be other reasons that you may want to consider based on your based on the student situation and the policy that you have provided. You do need to make sure that you have a written policy, as we do for many different things in financial aid, a hardship policy for this program that can be produced, if need be, for the student, or if you're audited, so that we can see what that hardship policy is at your institution. Requesting TEG funds, when you've awarded students and you've begun the disbursement process, there is an FRF, and I don't know, form that you would need to complete and submit to our office, to the coordinating board, which ultimately comes to Raphael to process, and you need to submit that to us as needed. It doesn't have to be one time in the semester, but as needed when you're dispersing these monies to the students, so that we can get that money to you either for immediate disbursement or for a reimbursement type situation. We will then submit a request. Once we receive that FRF, we'll submit a request to the State Comptroller's Office for the funds to be dispersed to you via electronic funds transfer. You will be notified by email of the date and the amount of the upcoming EFT deposit to your institution. If this is not on a reimbursement basis, but if you're receiving the monies to then turn around and disperse to the student, you are required to disperse those to the students within 5 working days of receiving the money. We don't want you making interest off of that money. It's a very important thing. And then if the student drops or withdraws refunds, 2 students need to just follow your institutional refund policy, whatever that might be. Okay? I think that's it. other than contact information for the TEG program. Yes, ma'am. Can someone please hand her a microphone? Thank you.
Thank you. Do the funds have to be dispersed to the specific students, or can a student be substituted if the money's requested and, say, the institution finds after requesting the money that the student decided not to attend or for whatever reason?
It's a good question. It needs to be delivered to an eligible student within 5 working days.
Thank you.
Okay, if you have any questions, once you get back to your offices anytime during the year, your main contact for the TEG program is Rafael Villarreal. He is the person in our office who coordinates the tuition equalization grant program. And he looks at this, the TEG at THECB state address on a daily basis and responds to those as quickly as he can. This is also his email address and my email address, so if you have questions or you run into a snag or a problem, please, we encourage you to email us or call us, and we'll be happy to figure out the situation and do what we can to help and answer your questions. Anything else about the basic program guidelines for TEG? All righty then. Then I am, who's next? Jane? Renee. Oh, Renee is next. Renee's going to talk to you about another of our programs that you help your students with, which would be the state work-study program.
Hey guys, you're being very quiet. We're not getting those hard questions. So Dan is going to decrease your allocations for next year. You've got to be careful on that. So honestly, this is your chance to ask your questions. If you ask a question we can't answer, we reserve the right to say, I have no idea what the answer is, but at least it'll get us on the table and help us look it up. So feel free to ask your questions. And I'm now going to, now that I've set her up, I'm going to turn this over to Renee Jones.
Thank you. Well, actually, you guys don't have to ask any questions till Raphael comes in. Be gentle with me. I was trying to figure out, do I want to put my glasses on so I can see my notes or leave them off so I can't see you? You guys make me nervous. I don't know why. Well, anyway, my name is Renee Jones, and I'm the program specialist for the Texas College Work Study Program. I'm glad that all of you could come out today. I can't hold the mic and talk it. Give me 1 minute. I'm too nervous to hold the mic and talk at the same time. I hope today, when you leave here today with more answers than you have questions. The program of the Texas College Work Study Program is to provide eligible students. Do I have to do this? Oh, thanks. The purpose, I told you guys I'm nervous, just bear with me. The purpose of the Texas College Work Study Program is to provide eligible, financially needy students with employment while attending an eligible institution. If your student is a Texas resident, if they're enrolled at least half-time of a full course load, if they show financial need, if they're registered with Selective Service or they're exempt from that requirement, then they are eligible for Texas College Work Study. If your student is a recipient of an athletic scholarship, if they're enrolled in a seminary or any other program leading to ordination to preach for a religious sect or a member of a religious order. Also, if the student is undocumented or they're an international student and they're unable to legally work in the United States, they cannot qualify for Texas College Work Study. For nonprofit employers, they're required to match 25% of the student's earnings. For-profit employers are required to match 50% of the student's earnings. If your school has been granted a Title III or Title V waiver from the federal government, then you're exempt from that matching requirement. And also, if you'll send a copy of that letter to the coordinating board, we will also honor that waiver, so you don't have to match on the state level. The progress report is due on February 20th. If the 20th falls on a weekend, then that report is due that following Monday. What the progress report does for us, it gives us a snapshot of how your institution is using your work-study money. It lets us know how much you have encumbered, how many students have been awarded, how much money you're going to release, and any additional monies that you can use. When you complete the progress report, and at that time, if you realize your school cannot use your whole allocation, it's real important that you return those monies back to us so that we can reallocate them to another institution, like St. Mary's. That's you, understand? So if you're at any time you feel like your school cannot use your whole allocation, please return those funds back to the coordinating board so we can give them to an institution that can use those funds. The year-end report is due on June 15th, and again, if the 15th falls on a weekend, that report is due the following Monday. The year-end report, we use that report to reconcile with the FADS report, so it's real important that if you submit that report to me and then say a week or a month, even 2 months down the line, you realize that some of that information has changed, just send me a revised report because it'll save both of us a lot of time in the long run. Again, I just want to remind you that the matching requirement for nonprofit employers is 25%. For-profit employers is 50% unless you've been granted the Title III, Title V waiver. You can also transfer 10% or $10,000, whichever is less, between the work-study program, TEG, or Texas Grant. If you'll send an email for work-study to Renee Jones, to TEG, Rafael Villarreal, and Texas Grant to Sophia Rodriguez, then we'll let you know if you're approved for that transfer. And that's the end of my program. If you have my presentation, if you have any questions, feel free to email me or either send an email to GrantInfo, or you can even call me. Again, thank you for your time, and that's the end of mine. I made it.
Excuse me while we send her to the back room to start breathing again. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Renee. The fund transfer, 10% or $10,000, that is 10% or $10,000 of which of the funds? The transferring from fund or to fund? I would think. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
It's 10% of the program you're transferring from. If you're transferring from work study to TEG, then it's 10% of work study. If it's vice versa, then 10% of TEG to work study, our Texas Grant.
Is there any type of time frame associated with that?
Just as long as you do it before the end of the fiscal year.
So there's no UB authority? All the money has to come back to us if it's not used?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well done. Okay, you can start breathing normally again. I think it might be a good idea for us to take a short break. let's say 10 minutes, and we'll come back. Actually, before you leave, I would like to ask you a couple of questions about work study. When the legislature meets, we often get questions about, or at least comments, about the need for additional work study money. Right now, work study makes up about 1% of the money that we award in Texas, and there are people, and I believe maybe among you, who think that work study may have one of the greatest impacts on a student in that it helps them relate to the college and feel more like they belong on campus. But it's such a small piece of the financial aid pie. I have a couple of questions. One is, why would there not be higher demand for work study? And number two, if we had more money available for work study, I know that in the current environment that's not likely, but that's a frequent question about how much could work study expand and institutions take advantage of it. So can anyone give me some insights as to why it would be such a small piece of the puzzle and whether or how big that piece might be? Dave?
Yeah, Jane, I mean, every extra helps. I guess that's the thought. And I don't think any of us are underutilizing our federal allocation for the federal work study funds. We're not underutilizing our own allocations on the campus. So it's another source of funding. One of the things that we notice that when students miss our deadline dates and they lose their funding, which will happen when you don't have sufficient funding, they don't come in and argue about losing their grants. They come in arguing about losing their work study. And the retention studies show, too, you're going to have higher retention with a student who works on the campus versus that student who doesn't. So in a way, you're getting more value out of that. Yes, we could always use more money in all the programs, not just in the work study or in TEG or the Texas grant for that matter. But each one also has a little different design on it and its intention. So I think with the employment, I think I'd be surprised there are schools who can't use more of the state work study program.
Is the general consensus that in agreement with that? If let's say we doubled the Texas grant funding in a given year. One of the things I'll point out is in this last session, work study was one of the two programs that actually had steady funding or a little bit increase. So the legislature protected it and kept it going. If the world changes in the future where we have additional money, or maybe even the current world, would it make sense to transfer any of the money we have in something like Texas Grant or TEG and enlarge the work study program? If you had to choose between one or the other, do you know how you would go?
Well, Jane, one thing you can do is change the amount that we can switch between TEG and work study. You say 10% or $10,000. Well, $10,000 goes nowhere. I mean, that's the thing. So my thought, if you gave the campuses more flexibility, like with the federal programs, you've got 25% you can move from work study to SOG or vice versa. Why not kind of model after the federal program and not have a dollar limit, but a percent limit, which then the campus can decide what's best for them and what they can do.
That's a good idea. Now, the 10% or up to $10,000 option is not one that we came up with. It's in statute. So obviously it'll take a statutory change to adjust that. But that's an interesting idea. If the money were increased, well, first, do all of you use all of your money on campus? Do any of you have off-campus employment? If the funding were increased, would you be more inclined to move some positions off campus, or can you absorb that just on your campuses? On campus? Are any of you interested in moving off campus if there were enough money in work study? You do with federal. There we go.
We already do with our federal program.
Okay.
We have about 450 positions, and about 40 of them are out in the community. But we haven't put any Texas work study out into the community because of the limited funding.
Right.
We utilize everything we have and are always interested in reallocated money. If David doesn't get it all.
Is the federal work study, are the federal work studies that are off campus, do you get an administrative allowance for setting those programs up, or is that absorbed by the institution?
We have The way we set it up, we put them out into the schools several years ago whenever they were talking about community service and wanting to have teachers have that help, especially with the ones that were like hitting third grade and weren't reading well.
Okay.
And we kind of started small, and then it just kind of grew, was a popular concept, and as the different campuses started talking about it, it just kept growing.
Very good. All right. Any other comments about work study? Again, it looks like a really, really good tool, but there seems to be far more interest in grant aid, which of course is simpler to award. But work study seems to have some side benefits that some of the other aid perhaps do not. And we'll be interested in any of your comments on that as we go forward towards the next session. I'm sure one of the questions that we'll get is about what kind of financial aid or how the money that is available, the limited money, might best be used. And if the community of financial aid believes that more in work study or more flexibility about using some of the grant money for work study, that could be something that we could move forward with. Okay? One of the things that occurred this last year is that we had some funds come available right at the end of the year, not by a school releasing it, but we were able to transfer some money from other programs into work study. And those of you who helped us use that money this summer, there are several of you here with us and those out on the website. Thank you very much. We appreciate that quick turnaround time. Okay, let's take a break. Let's resume. What time does that say? Is it 11 o'clock? Let's come back at 10 after, and we will pick up at that time with residency. Thank you. Okay, guys, you about ready to get going again? Can you hear me okay? Still coming on? Can you hear me now? Everybody can hear me all right? Good. In case you didn't find them, there are cookies over here and coffee and water. Please help yourselves. If you don't like the cookies, then Lynn made them. If you do like them, I made them. That's part of my therapy, is making cookies. It keeps me going. Okay, we're going to talk about residency, a fun deal. But before we do that, we had 3 people, actually we now have 5 people who are here that didn't introduce themselves this morning. Ron, could I ask you to hand them the microphone, and we'll start with them, and then we'll come over here and have 3 more people introduce themselves. Would you say who you are and with whom you work?
Okay, thank you. My name is Davin Berg, and I work with the Loan Originations Department, and I'll be talking to you more a little bit later today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Herbert McCarzo in the Loan Services area also, and I'll be here for question and answer part of Loan Services section.
Great. Yes, sir. Press the button.
Antonio Holloway, Director of Financial Aid, Houston Tillotson University.
Welcome.
Susan Coker, Financial Aid Coordinator at Parker University.
I am Stephanie Kennedy. I'm an incoming student financial aid coordinator for Parker University.
Welcome. Glad to have you. You do recognize that by coming late, you have to sit at the dais, but we are very pleased to have all of you here. Okay, residency. We do have a few questions that have come in, and I'll get to those as we go through the write-up. Next slide, please, sir. Let's get you thinking about, you may hear these sometimes on your campus. First question, I've lived in Texas all my life. How can I not be a Texas resident? You know, the other thing is, my grandson, this is my grandson, and I've lived here for generations, and how can my grandson not be a Texan? Anyone have an idea of how that could be? Let's say, yes, sir. Okay, moved away for high school, that's a possibility. What else? What if you didn't graduate? Same issue, but you didn't graduate high school and you didn't get a GED. In that case, your residency depends on your parents, and the fact that you've lived in Texas all your life doesn't mean anything if they've moved out of state. So that's kind of where that's coming from. All right? Second one, my neighbor across the street and I moved here at the same time, but she's been classified as a resident and I'm still having to pay non-resident tuition. How can that be right? Any ideas? Yeah, one of them has not established a domicile. Good job, Kay. To establish domicile, you have to buy a home, own property, or work here for 12 months. So if the neighbor just moved in and started going to school, is not working here or anything, then that neighbor should not be classified as a resident unless she's a dependent and her parents are in Texas. So it all, all these little pieces fit together as we talk about residency. The one here who is a non-resident either has an established domicile, which is the old-fashioned way of establishing a claim to residency, is establishing a domicile and maintaining it for 12 months. And the other one is to have lived here the 36 months leading up to high school graduation or receipt of a GED and the year prior to enrolling in college. But we'll get into more details like this, but we've got these scenarios coming into you all the time. And so we're going to use an approach with some case studies to try to make you comfortable with the people we're talking about. Yes, sir. Okay, there are really 4 paths to residency. One of them is really not a unique path. That first path, path 0, is that you've already gone through one of the other paths at another time and showed your eligibility. So, but it's up there because if that student transfers to your institution and they had gone to school in the fall or spring of the prior year and had been classified as a resident during that fall or spring, in all likelihood you can classify her as a resident. And you'll hear in this presentation a whole lot of in all likelihood or probably or perhaps or maybe, because residency is always more complicated than it should be. Okay, path 1. They lived in Texas the 36 months leading up to high school graduation and the year prior to enrollment. And those two might overlap. It may be their senior year in high school. This is something that the student can do by him or herself. It's not reliant on a parent. There's nothing in there about being a dependent student or anything like that. That's just something they can do on their own. Path 2 is where the dependent's parent has been in Texas at least 12 months after establishing domicile, and we'll talk about what establishing domicile a little bit more. But by being their dependent, they're able to qualify as a resident in Texas. And then the third one is this person is no longer young enough or it is self-supporting, and therefore by him or herself would have to come to the state, establish domicile, and then maintain it for 12 months. Okay? One of the questions that came in had to do with someone who had been here and bought a home. Well, buying the home in and of itself doesn't create a claim to domicile. That's the starting point. You maintain that home for 12 months, then you've established domicile, okay, or a claim to residency. Okay, next slide. Definitions, continuously enrolled. This is getting back to path 0. Basically, you've been classified as a resident by some other institution, and now you've transferred to institution number 2, okay? Next slide, please. All right. You'll find that I use the same format for all of the case studies, and let me kind of explain what we're doing here. This group, if you go into the core questions or if you look at the rules and everything, this is kind of the sequence in which we discuss the possibilities of establishing residency. I'm lazy, so I start with the easiest one first, and that's that this is a continuing student who was a resident last year and we're in good shape. Next easiest is the one that's 36 months. So I also recommend to you that you take the simplest approach. Keep it as simple as you can for your students. And then over here is the situation. Okay, Joella paid the resident tuition rate last fall while attending a public institution in Texas. She is now transferred to your institution. Is she a resident or a non-resident? She can be classified as a resident based on continuous enrollment. Okay, what if this student filled out the whole residency core questions? and you see something on that that shows that, good heavens, this is not a resident, do you have the right to not classify her as a resident? The answer lies in what she wrote on those core questions. Students like me are notorious about not reading all the instructions. You know, you give them a form, they just fill in all the blanks. If they read the instructions on the core questions, it says, if you've done this, stop here, go to the end and sign it. And then if you do this, stop here and go to the end and sign it. If instead they fill all of this information out, and you have this glaring evidence that this person is a non-resident, because they gave you that additional information, you can change from that continuing student status to saying, the new information you gave me proves to me that you're not a resident, and therefore we're going to classify you as a resident. So one of the things that might be really helpful to you to get students to be as consistent as possible is if you can automate this form. If it's an automated form, they're only going to answer X number of questions, and if that configuration of answers is correct, the form will skip down to the signature part. By filling in all the intervening parts, they expose more information that you need to be aware of, and they may undermine that claim to being a continuing resident student. Okay, simplest approach is just to take what they say. But if what they say continues and what they say in the other part of the form conflicts with that claim, then you have a right and a need really to reconsider that classification. Yes, ma'am.
And it is just what they say. You don't have to
the level of documentation is very much up to you. If you were audited, you could perhaps be asked to go back to that school and get proof that they did indeed classify them as a resident. And so it's a matter of whether you do it now or you have it all go back and do it if indeed that were the case pulled for an audit. Okay? And this is really true regarding most anything that they say on this thing. It's almost like verification. There's no required verification of the core questions, but if someone comes in and questions what's there, you have the right to go back to the student and say, give me proof of this, this, and this. And based on that, like the high school transcript for the 36-month approach. Those are things they should expect you to ask for, but you don't have to have them on file, but you have to go back and get them if you're challenged and asked to do so by an audit. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Jane, for the folks online, can you please repeat the question?
I'm sorry. The question had to do with the documentation with regard to residency. In this particular case, would they have to have a copy of something from the prior school that proved that they were indeed registered or classified as a resident? One thing that I just realized, and I don't think we've included the private schools on, we have a residency contact list that we put together for the public institutions. And it's the primary person and a secondary person who are involved with these decisions. And the purpose of that list is to give everyone a name and number or email at each institution that you can send one going, this person said they're a resident, is that true? I hadn't thought to share that with the private schools, but there's no reason for me not to. So we'll start doing that as those things are updated. Lynn, would you make a note to remind me to do that? Okay, did I answer your question adequately? Okay, next one. Okay, Joe is a teacher. He attends college in the summer to pursue his master's degree. He was classified as a resident last summer. Is he automatically classified as a resident this summer? No, and why is that? He didn't attend a regular term. He was not enrolled in the fall or spring, which is how they define a continuous enrollment, all right? So by being just a summer student, this poor guy has to do the core questions each time and start over to get reclassified, okay? Any questions? Next. Okay, so this is just a chart of how the continuous enrollment works. You ask the question, were you enrolled last fall or spring? If the answer is no, then you can't classify him as a resident. You've got to get more information. If the answer is yes, the next question is, were you classified as a resident? Now, one of the things that gets tricky at the public institutions is you can pay the resident tuition rate because you're a resident or because you're a non-resident who got a waiver of non-resident tuition. So you can't tell this based on what they paid. It has to indicate that they were classified as a resident. All right, just be aware of that little stumbling block. And then if they were classified as a resident, then they could be a continuing resident. If they were not, then you go back and get some additional information from the Corps. One of the things you'll hear me saying time and time again during this presentation is referring to the Corps questions. Excuse me. One of the things in your handout is a copy of the some changes to the TEG rules that are going forward for January. That's why you haven't seen them yet. Sorry, I'm allergic to Austin. But one of the main thing that's changing in the rules is to make it very explicit that you are required to do the core questions for your students in order to classify them properly for financial aid purposes. Thank you, Aunt Lynn. So you want to have the core questions for the students. You can use this list that we're going to send you to contact previous school to confirm that they were classified as a resident, and that will get you going. Any questions on this particular approach? Remember, if the student fills it out, the full core questions, and data conflicts with the idea of them being a continuing student, you do have the right to go back and challenge them and make them give additional proof. Yes, sir.
And if we'll get to this a little bit later, then you're saying that the students will need to complete the questions, or rather, do we have to have them complete them if we already have the answer? Because my thought's going to be, if we've known they've been all their life, you see it on high school's transcript, always in Texas, they graduated from a high school in Texas, why are we going through an extra step? Because the way I look at it, if anybody's in question, until we get all the money we need in TEG or the Texas Work Study Program, it's better just to exclude that one who may be questionable and award the funds to those you're absolutely sure just be based on your admissions application.
Right. Interesting question. We require the public institutions to do the core questions. If you are doing the core questions and you did the 36-month approach, if you lived in Texas and so forth, you end up filling out the first page of the core questions, and then you go to the end and sign it. So it's a very abbreviated process. It's a confirmation from the student as opposed to you're going back and looking at what was written there. The other issue has to do with whether they are a U.S. citizen or a permanent resident, and then your decision whether they have to do an affidavit as well.
But I think that most of us already collect that information through the admissions application up front, so we already have it. I think in a movement where the federal government is looking at reducing the questions on the FAFSA, reducing the hurdles, that we're now adding a hurdle for the most part of the population. I don't question it for those who don't quite fit that perfect mold coming in, but I do have it for maybe the majority of our students. It's just one extra step, one more thing we have to collect out there that could, add to the frustration of the student and their parent.
How many of you automatically get a copy of the student's high school transcript? Is that a part of your admissions requirements? Is there anyone who does not require that? Okay, remember we're not talking about grades 10, 11, and 12. We're talking about 36 months. So you got to look at that summer before grade 10. Dave, these rule changes will be posted, and that will be your opportunity to send a comment in, and we can reconsider that. The main idea is that you have the documentation as opposed to having the student tell you what was on that document, and I think you have a good point.
Well, I just think that when we either have our, part of the TEG and you do have the audit rules out there, the auditors can look at those things the same way. They look now, for example, when we needed to see if they came out of the recommended or distinguished program, we had to have that documentation in place already. So I think it's things that can be out there in place that you protect the integrity of the program. But I think for many of us, for most of our students, it's very clear. I would rather have us not do an extra step if we didn't have to.
One of the things that gives me nightmares is the idea of someone looking at a transcript and said he graduated in Texas, so he's a Texas resident. And I've had that quoted to me by an institution before, and I said, no, you've got to look and see how long they were here and so forth. So that knowledge of this process needs to be a part of it as well.
Well, I think also if you look at the issues of homeschooling, which is growing, that becomes a little bit more complex because you never know exactly where that home may be or where they're traveling through. But I think for the traditional based on it.
You raise an interesting question because homeschooling creates issues for establishing claim to Texas residency. And I don't know that we have a formal answer to how those would be handled. If they have a GED, obviously there's no problem. And I know that's the approach that has been used in at least one or two of the programs we have. But I'm going off on a tangent, but you raise an interesting sidebar as about the homeschool students. We'll take a look at it and see if we can do without. Now, one of the things that kind of makes me worry is that we don't intend to say if you didn't graduate from a Texas high school, you can't get TEG. And if you didn't graduate, then you do need the other questions in the core. And we want to make sure we're not adding an additional restriction for eligibility for TEG by saying you have to have a high school diploma to get it.
Well, it may be something where you have the institutions which can define eligibility for TEG, which they'd have available either in the office or on their website, saying, here's how we do it. If some reason you're not awarded and think you're eligible because of other reasons, then that student has the opportunity to approach the financial aid office. But again, I think for most of our schools, we're setting up a certain level of gift aid percentage for that student in their package. If we give them TEG, that's great. If not, then we're using our own funds anyway to meet that level as well.
Okay. Let me ask some of the rest of you who are here. Are any of you making TEG awards to students who have to go through the domicile angle for showing that they are Texas residents? What if they moved here as a junior in high school? Do they lose eligibility for TEG? That certainly is not the intent of the program. Residency has its layers, and it would be nice if everyone could qualify on the simplest one, but we don't want that process to make other people ineligible for TEG. So we'll take a look at it, Dave. And again, when those are posted, you're certainly welcome to submit a comment about it. Before we get into additional stuff, we now have, I'm sorry, did you have a question?
Yes.
Excuse me. You're too close. I didn't see you.
It may be complicated and more appropriate for later. Would, you referred to automating the process of determining enrollment. So am I to understand that we could go through this workflow and figure out there's a yes-no branch at every step of the way and somehow program everything about this to safeguard against either mistakes or, well, I don't know if you can safeguard against dishonesty. That's probably my second question. What do we do as a school when someone has not been forthright with us about the answers to these questions for residency?
Okay. Those are two good questions. I'll answer the second one first. If you discover a student has given you false information and that they were not a resident, then obviously their TEG was awarded under false circumstances, and those funds should be funded back to the back to the program. Now, if that happens within the school year, you could award that money to another eligible student. But if it's not discovered until later, then that money should come back to the program. As for automating this, if they use the Apply Texas form, which is not required of private institutions, but it can be used, that has the whole logic of the core questions built into it. And I think I may have the information on that, or I can get you in touch with someone who worked with that if you want to have a local automated version of it. Yes, ma'am.
Jane, we have a question from a school. For the residency section, can you please go over how that would work for homeschooled students?
I may need, the question is about homeschool students and TEG. And I honestly need to do some research. My first thought is that they could not use the 36-month approach to show that they're residents unless they got the GED. But they could qualify, obviously, through domicile and so forth. But they would not be graduating from high school. But what I need to check is whether in the residency statute, where it's dealing with the 36-month approach, there is a reference, I think, to alternate schooling processes, and I've just got to do some research. We'll send out an email through the distribution list when I have an answer to that. Good question. Okay. Looks like our lunches have arrived and my voice has left. So why don't we go ahead and take a break, about 30 minutes, and have lunch, and then we'll pick up again with residency when you get back. Again, if you did not order lunch, there is a Luby's and a Wendy's to our left as you go out the building, and to your right there is a McDonald's and a Taco Bell or something like that. We have haute cuisine in this neighborhood, as you can tell. Thank you, and we'll see you in 30 minutes, so about 5 after 12. Okay, we ready to get going again? We have a couple of people missing, but I'd like to go ahead and get started or continue with the residency presentation. So we've talked about the continuous enrollment student. I tried to look up during our break about the homeschool student, and I was unable to find the statute. So let me get back to you on that at a later time, but I will do some research on that and let everybody know. Okay, next slide. The core questions, we've already been talking about them, but you'll see a remarkable resemblance to this to what I'm having on the left side of each of my case studies, because this is really how we organize the core questions, also with the idea that let's get the easy ones taken care of first and get them on to drop down and sign off, and it's only if you have to that you get into the more intimate and difficult questions of the core questions. In your handout, you have a copy of the core. If you need an electronic copy of it, I'll be glad to email it to you. Just send me your email address. And you also have in your handout something we call the decision tree. If you look beyond the slides, you'll actually find two versions of the tree. One of them is a lot prettier than the other one, uses a more sophisticated type of software, and the other one is just a spreadsheet kind of approach to doing one. If you look at, why don't you take a look at that? Let's pull the one that is the one with the little boxes and everything, the prettier looking one. Again, I think you'll find a lot of similarity to what we've been talking about already. But you start at the top, and the issue is, are you a continuing student? And if you are, then are you classified as a resident? If it's yes, you go out and you are classified as a resident now. If the answer is no, then the next easiest approach is the 36-month one, so you get into those questions. And if you did not go here, the 36-month in the year prior to enrollment, then the no is getting down into the question of, are you dependent or independent? And just like FAFSA, you start looking whether you have to consider the student's own information or the information of the parent to determine residency. Any questions on the core questions? Okay. Again, it's just a different visual representation of what you have in the core. You have questions about previous enrollment, whether they claim residency or not. Some students will come in and say, no, I'm a non-resident, and there's no need for them to fill out all the rest of that information. Just let them go to the bottom and sign. Then you get into the 36-month, and then if that doesn't work for them, they have to go with the dependency status. And then you look at the status of the parents and so forth and the student. Did you have a question?
Yeah, we are, at my university, we're trying to determine once they have filled this out, we do require students to fill it out their incoming year when they're a new student. But then for the years following that, if they're continuing at our university, we're automatically answering the first question for them once we've established a residency. Is that
I think
permitted?
that's appropriate, yes. Yes. In other words, if you have already determined residency and they are continuously enrolled, they're covered by that first aspect of residency, and they can continue to be classified as residents. Now, one of the places, and I'm not changing my answer to that, but one of the things that gets complicated is you'll have a student who enrolls on the basis of the parents' domicile in Texas, and then the parents move out of the state. And that's where you can end up, if they are filling out the rest of that form and you find that that situation exists, then you need to reconsider the classification as a resident. Okay, next slide, please, sir. Case number 3. Mary was born and raised in Texas and has never lived anywhere else. She is 18 and wants to enroll in your institution. Is she a resident or a non-resident? Anyone want to answer? Don't know. Why don't you know? They don't know that she graduated high school. We don't know if she has a GED. At age 18, she may still be enrolled. One of the big issues that's coming up at the public institutions and we're still trying to address is the residency of students who were dual enrolled. Obviously, they don't yet have that high school diploma or the GED, so they can't use a 36-month approach to residency. But in this case, we just don't have enough information. If you go back and find out that indeed she did the 36-month and so forth, then yes, she would be a resident. If not, then you have to find out what's going on with the parents. Because if the student by him or herself doesn't qualify through the 36-month approach, then the only way they can be classified as a resident is if they're independent and they've established domicile themselves and maintained it for 12 months, or if the parents live in Texas and have established domicile and so forth. So this is this 36-month approach is the easiest because the student has control over it. Okay. Next slide, please, sir. Renee has lived in Texas all her life, but when she was a junior in high school, her parents moved out of state. Renee stayed behind and will graduate with her friends this May. Next fall, when she enrolls in college, will she be a resident or a non-resident? I can't hear you. Resident, yes. Because the fact that the parents have moved out does not hurt her because she stays behind and graduates. So she meets the 36-month approach and so forth. And so in the fall, she would be eligible to be claimed or classified as a resident. Okay? Any questions? Okay, I'll ask a question. What if she goes and visits her parents in the summertime? Has she jeopardized her claim to residency? She would have been there probably 2 months, 2.5 months. In all likelihood, she hasn't. You know, the technical language is that she's resided here the 12 months prior to enrollment, but there are provisions for temporary absences, and so to go on a vacation and come back with every intent of coming back does not necessarily undo what the claim was to begin with. Now, if you have, one of the questions that came in on the internet was about someone who had lived here long enough to establish domicile. We're talking about an independent student, was leasing a house here for 4 years, worked here, and then moved out of the country or moved out of Texas for 4 years and is now back living in the same house. And the question was, are they now a resident or have they lost their claim to residency? Well, if they went out of state to take a new job and woohoo, this is going to be the cat's meow over here, and that job falls through, and then they decide to come on back and live at home, then they probably became non-residents when they left the state with the intent to start working there and make their home in that other location. On the other hand, if they were employed here by a company who sent them out of state for 4 years, and the company gives you a letter saying they're coming back, we expected to, this is a temporary assignment, then he would not lose claim to that home. Okay? So it gets kind of complicated when you get into the domicile angle of it. Now, if he had since she established residency through the 36-month approach, What would happen if she moved out of state for 4 years and then came back to go to college? What are the two requirements? You live in Texas the 36 months prior to GED or graduation, and number two, the 12 months prior to enrollment. So if she graduated high school and then went walkabout and then comes back, then she has to be here a year to regain that claim to residency based on her 36 months. And you could have some, well, I don't know how much you see this at the private institutions, but at the public institutions, especially, say, community colleges, they could have some older students who graduated high school 20 years ago and have been all over everywhere, and they can prove that they got their degree in a high school degree in Texas and here for the 36 months, and that they have lived in Texas the last year, no matter what happened in between those two, and they could pick up and be classified as a resident. Okay? But that 1 year prior to enrollment is not is a significant requirement in here. Okay? Next, please. Okay, Maria's parents brought her here to Texas when she was 12, and she has lived here ever since. She does not have papers and is considered undocumented. She graduated from high school 3 years ago. Is she a resident or a non-resident? Maybe the more relevant question is, what more would she need to do in order to be classified as a resident? She's undocumented. She graduated from high school 3 years ago. If she came to your school and applied for a TEG, what would you ask her to show you? You'd want the high school transcript to show the 36 months prior to enrollment. And then you need something to show that she's been here the 12 months prior to enrolling at your institution. One of the difficult things about undocumented students is they can't legally work in the state, in all likelihood. And so she may not have an employer that can show that she's been here. So what other things might you use to get confirmation that she had lived here this last 12 months? Any thoughts? A what? A rental contract for an apartment? Yeah. Have y'all looked at the rules, the residency rules? At the last part, there's a table. And the last part of that table are things that you could use to prove being here for 12 months. It could be utility bills that she's paid. It could be, as Raphael said, a lease for an apartment that's here. In the worst case scenario, when everything was in her spouse's name, which gets to be really tricky for a person, conceivably a disinterested third party, let's say a minister at her church, could write a letter and say, this person has been living here for the past 3 years, and I can vouch that. And you could probably use that as documentation. Okay? But as you can imagine, as you get into these things, it gets a little trickier to document that this person is eligible. Okay? Next, please. Number 6, Kathy was born and raised in Texas. She graduated high school in 87. In 90, she moved to New Mexico. She returned to Texas 6 months ago, but has not been working. Should she be classified as a resident or non-resident? A non-resident, right. 6 months from now, what would be her status? She could probably apply for reclassification once she's been back in the state for 6 more months. Okay? Everybody with me on this? Making sense? Okay, next please. Okay, so this is a 36-month approach. Remember, before you get to this part, you're looking at the question of whether they're continuously enrolled. Once you get to here, you're saying, okay, did they graduate high school or get a GED and be here the year before graduation? If yes, then the next question is, are you a U.S. citizen or permanent resident? If you answer no to this, then you've got to do the affidavit. And the affidavit is a notarized statement. You have a copy of it in your materials. It's a notarized statement saying, I will apply for permanent resident status as soon as I am eligible to do so. Okay? And then if that is signed, then they become a yes. They could be a resident. If they have not done the affidavit, then they cannot. Okay? So this person is a resident or permanent resident of the United States. That takes care of it. But if they're not, then they have to do the affidavit. Okay? Now, one of the things in your handout are revisions to residency rules. At least I think I put them in there. And the reason for them being in there is that there was a new provision that's getting added to our residency rules that will apply to even independent institutions. And it has to do with the fact that your institution, if you have an affidavit student, number one, is required to maintain that documentation permanently. So that you need to have that on record indefinitely for that student. Number two is that while that student is enrolled, and this will apply to the public institutions, but also to you since you have some TEG recipients, while they're enrolled, you will need to remind them of this obligation to apply for permanent resident status if conditions change, and then advise them how to do so. Now, the how to do so part is a little bit tricky. Right now, there is no way to do so for most of them because the federal law doesn't allow them to apply for a permanent resident status. But if something like the DREAM Act were to pass, depending on how it was worded, all of these students on affidavits would be expected to go and apply for permanent resident status. And if that occurs, obviously, we'll send you some reminders as well. But if you've been watching the television, reading newspapers, listening to the radio, you know that the undocumented student has been a hot topic. And one of the things that's come out of that is this requirement or desire to have closer confirmation of their commitment to apply for permanent resident status because we are allowing them to pay the resident as opposed to non-resident rate, or in your cases, you're allowing them to get state aid in the form of work study, if they're able to work, or TEG. Okay? Any questions on that? Okay. Next, please. Dependency core questions. Okay, we've gotten past the easy stuff. We can no longer do it based on continuous enrollment where someone else made the decision, and we've gone beyond the 36-month approach. Now we're talking about students and figuring out who is relevant to deciding whether you're a resident or not. First thing is to find out if this is an independent person. And independence is based on who is filing the tax return. It's not based on the dependency code in FAFSA, okay? You can have a person who for residency is a independent and by FAFSA is a dependent. Okay? Don't try to use the same classification in both. They're different sets of rules, different purposes. If you're claimed as a dependent by a parent or a legal guardian, then obviously you're a dependent. And then if you answered no to either of these, then they're looking at the one who provided the majority of your support. Now, just like with FAFSA, this is used to try to figure out whose data is relevant in determining whether you're a resident. Again, we've dismissed the possibility of you establishing your own claim to residency because of the 36-month. Those people have been taken care of before you ever get to these questions. Now you're looking at the other students who are also applying for TEG, and you've got to figure out whether they are a resident or not. And they either can establish residency on their own. Remember path 3 and 4? One path was, we started with 0, 1, 2, and 3. 0 was continuous enrollment. Path 1 was the 36-month. Path 2 was either dependent or independent. Dependent, and then number 4 was independent. So that's where we're trying to go, is whose data is relevant. Okay, next. Okay. John and his family moved to Texas when John was in 11th grade. His parents moved to New York when he was a senior, and he stayed behind to graduate with his class. Is he a resident or a non-resident? Okay, yeah, non-resident. He didn't move here 36 months prior to graduation, so he can't use that path. And in all likelihood, it looks like he would still be a dependent student. Now, one of the things that we don't know is what kind of time lapse between when he graduated high school and when he's now trying to go to college. That could be a 10-year gap, and he could have worked in Texas and established claim to domicile. But based on this, it looks like he's probably a non-resident. But definitely need more information before you know what to do with this student. Okay? Next. Dependency. A person is less than 18 years of age and has not been emancipated by marriage or court order. So again, you don't become independent through military, through having a dependent of your own, those kinds of things. We're looking at the federal tax codes. Or B is eligible to be claimed as a dependent of a person for purposes of the federal income tax. Okay? Next slide. Definitions. Domicile. It's a place the person plans to make their permanent home. One of the hardest things about domicile is it's almost kind of like a state of mind. I've never lived in New York, but I'm a New Yorker. And if you can prove a claim to domicile, you could be treated as a New York resident. We could spend a lot of time working on domicile, and I'd still be more confused than I am now, which is hard to imagine. Okay, the other thing is the definition of a parent. Remember, it can be the natural or adoptive parent or the legal guardian. Okay, so if the parents have given up their parental rights to someone else, and it's the other person who is the relevant person in this particular case. Okay, next, please. Okay, on the chart, if you go again to the residency rules in the back, the chart that I talked about a moment ago has two parts. The last part has to do with documenting the 12 months of being here. The part before that has to do with establishing a domicile. And the most common ways to do that is significant gainful employment for at least 12 months, and during which you're earning enough for half of the cost of education, which for your institutions is going to be a pretty significant job, or that they've been working an average of 20 hours a week. Okay? So for most of your students, it's probably going to be the 20 hours a week kind of deal. You can do it by having joint or marital ownership of real property in the state of Texas, and it's a matter of owning it and maintaining it for 12 months. And you can be married to a person who's a Texas resident, and then ownership of an ongoing business. One of the questions that came in before we even got into this residency thing was, what if you married someone and moved here? Do you immediately get to start claiming residency? And remember, for residency and domicile, it's establish domicile and maintain it for 12 months. If you haven't been married to a Texas resident for 12 months, you can't use marriage as an approach to residency. Okay? Let's flip that a little bit. We may see it in a case a moment ago in a few minutes, but a person who got married, one person was finishing their degree, so they stayed behind. The other one moved here to start working for IBM. And then the one over here moves into Texas. And once they've been married for 12 months, he or she can build his or her claim to residency through being married to a Texas resident for 12 months. Okay? Obviously, the Texas resident has to prove that they've worked here for 12 months or they own property and so forth. You know, it's a daisy chain kind of thing. Someone has to claim domicile and establish a claim to residency. All right? You see why I say start at the easiest thing and then go forward? Because it gets complicateder and complicateder. Okay, next please. Jane's parents moved to Texas in 2008. She was a junior in high school. Her father has worked in Texas since they moved here. If she enrolls at your institution, is Jane a resident or a non-resident? Resident. Resident. Okay. As always, unless they're not U.S. citizens and not eligible to domicile, and that's a whole other wrinkle of residency that, again, if you don't have to go there, don't go there. And it has to do with the visa classification if they're not a U.S. citizen or permanent resident. But based on this information here, you would expect them to be a resident. If the parents are on a visa, a work visa, then you start having to look at the type of visa they have and whether that allows them to domicile. And there's a list of visas on our website that indicates yes or no, they're eligible to domicile. Next, please. Connie's parents moved to Texas in 2008. She was a junior at that time and chose to stay behind and graduate with her friends. Her father has worked in Texas since he moved here. Connie now moves to Texas to go to college, but she'd be classified as a resident or non-resident. Who is she basing her residency on? Her father. And he has been working here since 2008. Right? So she would be a resident by being a dependent of a resident. All right? This makes sense to you guys? Are you just being quiet because you're finishing your lunch mentally? Okay. All right, next please. George is independent. He moved to Texas 3 years ago and has worked for IBM in Texas ever since and enrolled in a public institution a year ago. Is he a resident or a non-resident? Probably a resident. Again, the visa classification could come into play here. Let's go back. Let's say he'd been here a year and a half ago, and he enrolled in an institution a year ago. Is he a non-resident or resident? As long as he's been in the state working for at least 12 months, assuming there's no visa complications, then he would be eligible to be classified as a resident. Now, when he enrolled at the beginning, he may have been classified as a non-resident. But then he can apply for reclassification and be reclassified as a resident as soon as he's been here that time to establish a claim to domicile. Okay? Next, please. Okay, Mike moved to Texas 3 years ago and enrolled in a public university. Now remember, George started working. Mike enrolled in the institution. 6 months ago, he started working for IBM. Is he a resident or non-resident? Non-resident. He hasn't worked here long enough. The fact that he's been in the state 3 years doesn't make him a resident. He has to work here or otherwise establish domicile. Okay? Next, please. Okay, Juanita was born in Texas and lived here with her family until she was a junior in high school when her parents moved to New Mexico. She just graduated from high school. Is she a resident or a non-resident? If you walked into your class tomorrow, would she be classified as a resident or a non-resident? It depends. Yeah. Did she graduate in New Mexico or in Texas? And if she's not documented, has she done the affidavit? Is the other piece that you would have to know. So again, I'm being partly arbitrary and tricky when I try to put these up here and make them look simple. But residency is not simple. You got to look down at the other questions that are relevant to it. It's not simple unless you got the 36-month working for you. And one of the issues that comes up every time the legislature meets is the 36-month approach can apply to U.S. citizens or non-U.S. citizens and permanent residents. And there are people who would eliminate that 36-month approach because it is allowing undocumented students to be classified as residents, pay the resident rate at public institutions, and or qualify for state aid. One thing that needs to be understood is there are a lot of U.S. citizens and permanent residents who benefit through that 36-month approach. One, just out of the simplicity of how you can prove residency. But the other one is how many of you have kids attending your school who are living with grandparents or with aunts, uncles, friends, whatever. They're not living with their parents. The 36-month approach is the only way those students can establish a claim to residence on their own, unless they have indeed become independent, self-supporting individuals. So that 36-month approach helps a lot of people who are born and raised Texans and U.S. citizens and so forth. And so if indeed there were a movement to eliminate the 36-month approach, hopefully instead of just taking all of that language out of statute, they would simply restrict it to people who are legally in the country or something like that, because that really is helping both types of people. Next, please. Okay, Henry is independent. He moved to Texas 18 months ago to work for Dell. He was laid off after 10 months, and it took him 3 months to find another job. He wants to attend a college and improve his skills. Would he be considered a resident or a non-resident? Yes, sir.
Now, as far as having the resources to pay half of public school tuition fees, does unemployment count? So if they're getting unemployment benefits from the state, would that not then mean that they'd be a resident then?
Yeah, that could be. Good point. 5 months unaccounted for. Well, you've got him here. Okay. He worked for 10 months, and it took him 3 months to find another job. He may have been working for 5 months at this point. So I didn't fill in all the blanks. I didn't account for all the time. The main thing that I was trying to get to at this thing is this question, if you get laid off, do you lose that whole 12 months or 10 months that you've been working? And I don't think the intention is to say yes. I think if they're, especially if they prove that they are trying to find another job, in the current environment of the workplace, a lot of people are being laid off and searching and then getting back employed. I think his work record shows that he intends to work, and in that 3 months that he was off trying to find jobs, he may be able to document that he was registered with a headhunter, he was going through a placement bureau or something like that, and he would not lose the 10 months of work just because he was laid off for 3 months. Okay? This is where it gets very subjective. You could have an institution who say, nope, he hasn't worked 12 months, he doesn't get it. And there are other schools who will work with it, and both schools have the right to make those decisions. Okay? This is, when I give a residency presentation, typically it starts with residency is an art, not a science. And it's because people don't come in little boxes. They have all the little details that don't show up. If we had enough rules and statutes to cover all the circumstances, we couldn't lift the book anyway and look at it. So, okay, next one. Liz lived in Wyoming for many years. She moved to Texas to care for her aging parents. She lived with them and provided them care for 6 months and then started classes at the local community college. She has now lived in Texas for 2 years and continues to work on her degree. Is she a resident or a non-resident? In all likelihood, she's a resident. If she has been providing care to these parents, to her parents, and providing, let's say the local doctor that the parents are seeing can say, yeah, she's providing at least 20 hours of care to them a week, that could be considered gainful employment because it's something that otherwise they would probably have to pay in order to have it accomplished. And then that she's going to school doesn't undo the fact that she is working and is creating that gainful employment angle for residency. Okay? She couldn't do it when she first came down here. In all likelihood, she's too old to be a dependent. But to come down and care for the parents and then start working locally, going to school locally, once she's cared for those parents for 12 months, if she can document that in some way, then she's good to go as a resident. Okay? Again, a lot of subjectivity in all of this stuff, but we're dealing with human beings and not just the statutes. Okay? Yes, ma'am. Can you hand her the microphone? Thank you.
Hi, Jane. I guess technically if Liz graduated from high school in Texas, then she'd be coming back home to Texas to care for her parents, so she wouldn't have to technically live or domicile for 12 months if she was 36 months in high school.
If she graduated high school in Texas and before going to Wyoming, you're quite correct. Once she's been back in the state physically for 12 months, she would regain her residency. Quite correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
But isn't there a box where you have to check that you're in Texas to establish or maintain a home and not just going to school?
Well, yes, sir. You're quite correct. Again, residency has to do with intent. A domicile is where you intend to make your permanent home and so forth. In this particular case, if she has been waiting, during those first 6 months of classes, I would expect her to be classified as a non-resident. Number one, she hasn't been in the state 12 months, even though she is working and taking care of her parents. So at first, she would have been classified correctly as a non-resident. But once she has provided that support to them for 20 hours for 12 months, then she could go back and get reclassified. Is that?
Yeah, I always just go by on the residency form whether they have actually checked that box, whether they're here to establish or maintain a home or just to go to school.
Yeah. One of the difficulties that we have for independent students who come in to go to universities such as yours or public universities is that some people do move to the state to go to college. If you're going to a community college, usually you're already in the state and you're taking some local classes. But for the universities, you do have people move here for the purpose of going to university. And if someone said that I came here to go to XYZ University, then they would then have to provide you proof of overcoming that intent. You know, maybe they buy a house and live here for 12 months. Maybe they find a significant job and stay here for 12 months. But just for instance, if they were working on campus, that wouldn't help them. If they're flipping hamburgers for 10, 12 hours a week, that wouldn't help them. It's a hard assumption to overcome, but it can be done. One thing that you might not be aware of is that a person in a federal penitentiary in Texas can sign a paper and hand it to the warden, and in 12 months they could establish a claim to Texas residency. So students should have that same opportunity. It's just a matter that for them, if they have declared they came here to go to school, they have to do work to undo that intent. But they do have a right to change their residency to Texas.
Also, I had a question about whether if the time of their enrollment, they're like really close to the 12 consecutive months, can you hold their Texas core residency maybe another 3 or 4 months until you complete it? So then they would have the 12 months, and then at that point the funds would disperse into their account?
I think if I understood your question, if the person has not yet been in the state for 12 months when they start at your school,
correct,
then you would have to classify them as a non-resident. But beginning the next term, they could apply for reclassification and probably qualify for it. Now again, depending on what they're doing in that 12 months, if during that 12 months that they were here, they were living with their folks, and this is an independent student who just came back to live with parents for a while, you've got to look at some of the other details in order to know. But you can't round it up. You know, if they worked here 11 months and 3 days, you can't round it up to 12 months and say, that's okay, you're close enough, we're going to classify you as a resident.
Well, I understand that, but you know, people are still turning in their Texas core residency forms, you know, and it's October, end of October. What if someone had turned theirs in August or September when school started and would now be at the 12 months? So someone that would have turned their form in now is at 12 months, whereas if they had turned it in August, wouldn't have been at the 12 months.
Well, but the TEG is for that term, and so I would have trouble with that.
Okay.
I would have trouble with that. Any other? Yes, ma'am.
What if a student was a non-resident when they came to school based on their parents? They were in school a couple of years. Their parents moved to Texas, and their residency is based on their parents. And then their parents establish a domicile and stay here for 12 months. Would that then make them a Texas resident?
Yeah, they could be reclassified as a resident. Now, in that particular case, what you would be looking at the dependent as the definition of parent. And you're looking to see if those parents are still claiming him as a dependent, and sure, if they moved here, established domicile, he can get reclassified under that. Yep. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Jane, for a student who graduates high school here and then takes a gap year to do missionary work or work out of state, if their intent when they leave the state for that gap year is to come back, can they still qualify under the 36-month 1 year with the temporary absence, or would you have to go down to the domicile questions at that point?
Very good question. If they were working for someone, even if it's not for pay, but if they were temporarily assigned to work as a missionary in XYZ country for 2 years, and it's and the contract or whatever indicates for 2 years, and then you will return to Texas, then I think you could consider that a temporary absence. Now, if they are fiddle-footed and left and found a job and stayed gone for 2 years, and they've done just the opposite. They've undermined their claim to residency until they've been back in the state for another year. Even if in the first case they went abroad for 2 years, then once they'd been back for a year, they would have a legitimate claim to residency through the 36-month approach. But if they had proof that it was an assignment with the intent to come back and they can provide you something like that, then that temporary absence would not undermine their claim to residency.
So they would still be fine under the 36-month 1 year. We wouldn't have to, in that case, go down to to consider domicile
right.
for parents?
I mean, The domicile, I mean, anytime you can do it through domicile, that's a quick way to save that year that she might have to wait when she comes back.
Right.
But if
we have students a lot of times who do that, and then they come back and ask us, well, I haven't been here the last 12 months, but their parents, you know, their home was still here. They were somewhere else doing this missionary work. So,
and are they now independent students? Are they now
No, they're dependent.
Well, if the parents are still claiming them, then their home in Texas would still cover them. That they would go through their parents. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Jane, can you address the question of a student who is a non-resident who marries a Texas resident and attends school? Is the student automatically considered a resident?
Once the two of them have been married for 12 months, that would be true. But again, one of the two spouses has to be a Texas resident, and which means they have domiciled and maintained it for 12 months. And then the marriage occurs, and once the marriage has been for 12 months, then the spouse is eligible. They could both be in the state all of that time, or it could be that the one who's not the Texas resident lives out of state, finishing a degree, and then finishes the degree, comes into Texas to live with the spouse, but they have to be married 12 months before she or he can claim residency through the spouse.
That was a question from school, so
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I'm always concentrating. So.
Yes. Next time, we want to limit his access to our workshop.
Right. With moving to Texas with the intent to work, what about the situation where someone crosses the state line into Oklahoma, New Mexico, or wherever, and they have a job outside the state of Texas? Is the fact that they're living in Texas just...
So he's living in Texas, but he's employed out of state. If he had established a claim to residency in Texas before all that started, he would continue to have a claim to residence. And this is why I hate residency. You know, we can go on and these kinds of things. If he had not established domicile and he just started working in the other state, and let's say, you know, he graduated high school, but he had just been here a couple of years with his folks, and then he starts working in Oklahoma. Once he comes out from under the umbrella of the parents as a dependent, then that employment out of state would probably start getting pretty sticky. I don't even want to try to pretend to know the answer to that question. Can we erase that from the tape? No, there are situations that you really have to look at all the details and figure it out. And I guess we're getting down close to the last slide. Would you? Hey. This was my favorite slide of all. If you are in doubt of a student's residency, don't give them a TEG. You don't have TEG enough for all of your students anyway, and you probably have plenty of people that you can easily classify as residents to give your money to. But when you give it to someone that you're uncertain about, then you're going to end up with the possibility of an audit finding or something, and just don't go there. I mean, if you have a question on residency, I'll be glad to just explore it with you. But I can't make a residency decision. I don't have that authority. It'll fall back to you as a responsibility. And so just, you know, stay within the, you know, color within the lines. When you start getting outside them, you start getting a lot more complicated. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
So how does that apply to military? Because military generally don't claim residency.
Yeah, military is a unique situation. In general, if a person has Texas as his home of record, then whether he's living in Oregon or Germany or wherever, he is considered a Texas resident. So that's kind of an easy way of handling it. When you end up with the spouse from Texas marrying someone in the military from New York, the only way that spouse can claim Texas is if she can prove that she's maintained her domicile here. So maybe she's been keeping a banking account. something like that. It gets more complicated. The simplicity of using home of record also can create some complexities for the spouse.
Well, I guess my brother would be Texas resident in the military, which he actually lives here now, but he's been all over. His wife is actually from New Jersey.
Okay.
She lives here, but obviously with him, but everything is, really nothing is in her name.
Right. If he is a home of record Texas and they are living in Texas, my guess is she could be classified as a Texas resident because she has not taken steps to maintain her separate claim to residency in New Jersey. Again, military is a mess, but in general, the home of record is your key that you're working on. Okay? Any other questions? Going once? Going twice? Okay. That's it. We'll move on to the next presentation. Thank you for your attention and your good questions, only a couple of which would I like to forget. We now going to turn it over to loan operations. Herbie, are you going to introduce everyone? Oh, Janie. This is Janie Miramontes. And here's Janie. Thank you.
Thank you, Jana. And thank you for allowing us to be here. I'd like to, first of all, introduce some of our staff members while they are handing out some of their handouts. In the back, we have Albert Contreras. I'm sure everyone knows Albert. We have Herbert McCarsel, Amanda Bettis-Jones, and Young Hee Lambert in the back. And then we have Davenport, who is going to be our primary presenter. So thank you.
Thank you. We're getting our presentation set up, so it'll be just a couple of minutes here. Thank you. Okay. Did everyone get a handout? They're passing them out. They're separate. Okay. All right. Well, hello to everyone here. My name is Davenport, and I've been working with our loan originations department for the last almost 6 years. Before I get started, I want to say hi to everyone online. A couple months ago, Herbert and I did a presentation with the grants program, and we were wondering, is anybody watching? I mean, we had no idea. There's no feedback. And then I went to TASFA, and I had a number of people just say, "Oh yeah, we saw you on the telecast." And I was like, "Okay, Herbie, people saw us. It was valid." So just want to say hi to everybody online. So, next slide. So today I'm going to go over a few different things. I'll start with our loan programs, our primary loan programs, the College Access Loan and the Be On Time Loan. From there, we'll move to some areas that where we've enhanced our online system, and we're hoping that more people will, use these new enhancements. One for students, and the other for you all that work in financial aid offices. Then we'll go on to a few more services that we provide that some people may not be aware of, that can definitely help streamline your processes and make things a lot easier for you all. And then from there, we'll get into the cancellation and change request process that we have available. So we'll go from there. Okay, so our College Access Loan Program is our primary loan program. I don't know how many of you work with loans, but it's set up for students. They do not have to demonstrate need, and it can be used to cover all or part of the EFC for the student. Students must be a Texas resident, of course, and be enrolled in a course of study leading to pretty much a degree or an associate's. We have a lot of people that attend alternative certification for teachers. They can also, specific programs can also take part. Now they must meet satisfactory academic progress that are set by you all at the institutional level, and they must receive a favorable credit evaluation, whether it be the student or a co-signer. Next. Now, for co-signers, they must be at least 21 years of age, have a regular source of income. Now, with that, it can be, grandma, grandpa that are retired that are receiving, investments or SSI or what have you. So, grandparents are welcome. Retired persons are welcome. Now, it cannot be the spouse of the borrower. So, unfortunately, we do get that sometimes where a spouse will apply as a co-signer, and we cannot accept that. They would have to provide someone else. Let's see. Yeah, and they must be a permanent resident or resident of the United States, citizen of the United States. Now, recently we reduced our rate. Our loan, the Cal loan, is a fixed rate. So previously it was 6%, so it recently dropped down to 5.25%. So it's a very, very good rate nowadays. And as far as repayment goes, students have a 6-month grace period, just kind of like along the lines of direct loans. Balances under $30,000 will have a 10-year repayment, where balances at $30,000 or more can kind of extend that repayment out if need be to 20 years. The next program, I'm sorry, question? Are there loan fees? There is a origination fee, and pending if the borrower and co-signer are approved credit-wise, then that origination fee would be 3%. If it's just one or the other, say the borrower, maybe an older borrower, is approved credit-wise, then it's a 5%. Or if it's just the co-signer that's approved, then it's a 5% origination fee. Any other questions here? Coming around.
I understand why you have a different origination, although I do have a concern in the bias, and that is typically that high school, senior, freshman, college is not going to have the credit.
Right.
So automatically is that defaulting into the higher origination fee because they don't have the credit, which I'm not really sure if that's a fair approach if they're going to have the co-signer anyway, because you have determined no credit as bad credit, while the federal government counts no credit as good credit. Of course, there may be a difference in the two philosophies as well, but I'm just wondering if that puts a little bias against that 18, 19-year-old.
Well, Albert, let me defer to you on that one.
Pass the hot potato. I think there is a difference in the approach, the outlook, as you said, Mr. Krause, where the feds say no credit is okay. Our approach is, in order to minimize, if you will, risk for these unsecured signature-type loans, when we have a student, albeit a non-traditional student who has established credit and passes the evaluation, and then a co-signer, then our risk is less. And that's why. Is it a bias?
Well, let me ask you, is there a thought that where the parent could borrow under the college access and not the student, and therefore the risk is just entirely on the parent and not on the student? Because right now you have parents are going with the Cal. Part of it's the interest rate is one as well too. But I'm also looking, and I'm sure it's going to take something in law to change it because it's tied to a student, not to the parent. But I'm just looking as we move forward, if that may be the approach, where that parent can take on that obligation up front and go with that point.
Kind of the state's version of a plus loan?
Yes.
Of a parent loan?
Any other questions? Okay. Okay. I'm sorry?
I've got a technical
question about. I'm sorry, Mike.
Let me get it. Okay.
There's also an extra hand.
Yeah.
I have a technical question about funds transfer. At least the way I'm able to work in the system so far, it pretty much is an after-the-fact thing when we're trying to reconcile funds. Well, why is this different? Was this close to a 3% difference or a 5% difference? And it's like not until after the fact we more or less, oh, I guess this was a 3% fee and not a 5% fee. So I would like there to be a way that we could ahead of time when funds are transferred have some way to know who was chosen to have a 3% and who was chosen to have a 5% fee, just so we know instead of have to figure it out afterwards.
Right, and I'll allude to a little bit later in the presentation, I'll kind of get into what's coming down the line that will definitely allow you to know the situation, who's been approved, who hasn't been approved, and the status of the loan. So, yeah, I'll address that in a little bit. So for the Be On Time loan, that's our other loan program. It's kind of the cousin of kind of a Texas grant. And provides, eligible Texas students no interest loans to attend college and universities. If the student meets specific goals, the entire amount can be forgiven once they graduate. Applicants must complete a FAFSA and be eligible to receive federal financial aid. Must be enrolled full-time, which is key, in an undergraduate degree or certificate program in an eligible institution. Once again, they also must be a Texas resident. Or entitled to pay, resident tuition. Since the program didn't start till 2003, you must have graduated by that time or later at a high school operated by the U.S. Department of Defense or from a public or private high school in Texas under the recommended high school program. So there are requirements prior to them, arriving on campus. That's about it. That's good for that. Now, the annual amounts for this year for four-year public and private institutions are $3,550 per semester. They cannot receive more than that per semester. That's the maximum. And then for the year, $7,100. And then it goes on with the 2-year numbers, $945 per semester and $1,890 per year, and so on. Now, with this loan, there is a 3% origination fee. There's no difference, just the straight 3%. And as far as repayment goes, once again, 6-month grace period, and then 15-year repayment period. There is no interest for the Be On Time loan. So if they do not meet the criteria to have it forgiven, at least it turns into a 0 interest loan. So that's definitely a plus. Next slide. Okay. Online status messages. Now, I don't know how many were around 2007, but that was a tough year for us. We went to our new system, and not all the bugs were ironed out. So we had a lot of issues, a lot of problems. And so we've continually tried to enhance our system so that it's user-friendly for you all at the institutional level and also for the student. Recently, we added these new status messages, and currently only the students see them. But now the students are actually able to see where they are in the process, what they need, what they don't have, what they might need. So it's a lot better. We hope that more students will begin looking at these, actually looking for them, because some of them don't still. They'll just call. So I'll kind of go through the different options that we put out there. And just so you know, this kind of addresses your question here. Eventually, we hope to get these so that you as an institution can see this information as well. And we think it's going to be vital. It's going to help out a lot. It's going to cut down your calls you're having to make to us or your messages you're sending to us, because you're going to know exactly where the student stands in their process. So we have 4 different kind of areas in the status messages. We have the students' required documentation. We have the students' credit for just the Cal loans. Be on time, there's no credit. The cosigner information as well for Cal's, and then the processing status of the application. Next. Now for the required documents. We've tried to list kind of some of the main situations that a student may find, but this is the type of information, as you can see in the message area, that a student's going to see. If the student has completed both the promissory note and self-certification form, which are kind of the initial documentation they have to submit, it's going to tell them that those forms are processed and received. Further on, if we need a self-certification form, or we have it and we do not have the promissory note, it's going to tell them exactly that. So there's not going to be any questions as to what we have, what we don't have, what they need, what they don't need in this regard. Next slide. Student credit. Once again, it's cut and dry. If they're denied or they opted out, decided not to have their credit run, tells them loan requires a cosigner, plain and simple. Credit approved, credit's approved, cosigner optional. Credit needs review. It tells them that as well, and needs further review. So, it's going to help us for sure. I mean, it has started to help us because students know, but I hope that it also extends to you all with students coming to you with questions that you all have no idea about. So I think it's going to be a win-win with this new enhancement. Next slide. And cosigner information. Once again, it's going to tell you, if the cosigner is approved or not, if we've received their documentation as well. So, there's not going to be any more questions as to, does the cosigner still need to submit their documentation? Do we have it? Do we have their credit approved? It's all going to be there. Next slide. And this processing status just kind of recaps with the application, where the application is. Errors on application, contact us. That way cut the schools out of the equation. Just tell them contact us directly so we can analyze the application and see what's missing. Once everything's completed, now a lot of schools, I'm sure you're going to be happy about this. In the past, this third option, this third message would come up throughout the initial phase of the application. So I know that students were calling you all saying, hey, we're waiting on you, and you all were like, we don't know, we haven't got anything. So now that will only show up once the application is pre-approved and ready to go. So we hope that helps you all out in your offices. Next slide. Okay.
I don't know if there's a better way to say it than that the school allocation is exhausted. They're not available to contact your school. Shouldn't you be approaching the school first and let them know that they're at this point? Because one of the concerns I have, and I may have this been changed some, has been there's loans that are in the process that aren't being approved, but that's still counting against our allocation. Mm-hmm. And my thought is that could be premature in that statement. That could cause some anxiety with the school and with the student as well on that.
Yeah. The next section, I'm going to go over our online reporting tool, which we're hoping that more schools are using, because that'll help alleviate kind of the questions, because that reporting tool is actually going to tell you exactly where, if a student calls you or what have you, and you're wondering, where they are in the process, you can pull up that tool and see exactly in the process where they're at. We're hoping that, and I'll get into this in a minute, that before you all, specifically for the Cal loans, before you go in and certify a Cal loan, you would check our online pre-approval area on the reports, because that way you'll know everything's done initially, and once you certify, it's just a matter of the student doing their last piece, which is a loan acceptance disclosure, before it's ready to fund. So hopefully that will help you with that question. Next slide. So this is an online allocation reporting tool. This has been in effect for a while. I don't know, probably close to a year, almost 2 years. And 2007 taught us that we needed to, put more information out there for the schools so that they can know specifically where their allocation is, where students are in their loan process. So we've come up with this tool that's been out there that's a really good tool. To get to it, you would just log into our website, and you see the reports link there. Just click on there. Next slide. And this next page will come up. You click the school allocation reporting link. Next slide. And then the tool comes up. Now, there's a lot of different options you can choose. I mean, you can go back in prior years on the program year. You can change that if you need to do some auditing for previous years. But you would pull that up. If you pull up the HHL loan type, that will show you both the CAL and the BOT allocations side by side. And then typically we suggest just pulling up the summary. Choosing this active report will allow you to actually filter columns and do a lot of other things as well. So if you've used this and never tried the active report, definitely try the active report because it's a good tool. Next slide here. Okay. So this is the school summary report, and you'll see each row kind of has different links, the different amounts. I mean, it shows your total allocation at the top, the amount of funds that have been dispersed, pending future disbursements, loans that are ready to go. Maybe they're spring loans or what have you, or they're waiting for their 2-week period of time before the funds arrive at the school. There's also pending disbursements needing documentation, certified applications in process, and then it'll also kind of tally the amount of allocation you've used already, show you your remaining allocation, and then this bottom section more reflects applications that the students have done recently. And that area I was speaking of a few minutes ago is the last row there, the uncertified pre-approved applications. That is the area where, for CALS, students have done everything. We have credit approved. We have all documentation. And then this is where we ask that you go to certify your loans from, just because these loans are going to matriculate through and process as long as the student completes their last step. In the past, we did have a lot of situations where loans were being certified and then things were hung up, students didn't get co-signers or co-signers were denied, so students just kind of quit. And then they were sitting on the allocation all year. Well, now if you're certifying out of this area, you're almost guaranteed that this loan is going to go through as long as the student completes their last step. And we do send them notices and reminders about that. So if you use that, it's almost guaranteed the student's loan will process. Next slide. Now this shows kind of inside one of the reports. And as you can see, if you click on one of the little red arrows, black arrows, it brings up this area where you can filter, cascade. I mean, it gives you a lot of different options for the report so that you can kind of tailor it to what you're looking for, what you need. You can also export it to HTML or comma delimited or even an Excel file so that you can kind of work it a little bit easier. So as you can see, there's a lot there. Hopefully, you all are using this if you are taking part in the programs, because I think it's a vital tool for you all right now. Next slide. Okay. Now, also available, a lot of schools. We had a lot of schools come online with our processing recently, so we wanted to kind of just highlight a couple of the options that are available to you. Loan certification by a file transfer. A lot of the larger schools will use that, and I mean, obviously would save you time. I mean, instead of having someone just entering certifications one by one onto our website, you can just drop it in a command line file, send it to us, and that's it. You're done. I don't know. One of the advantages to that, also is you're sending it. It'll upload directly into our system. Where errors and things of that nature, are most likely not going to happen. The other thing is the return of funds. Those can be returned to us by ACH or EFT. A lot of schools, if they have to return funds, sometimes they're still sending checks. Well, we can make it a little bit easier by just doing it this way. Now we have our business improvement team that will assist in, doing some testing, making sure the file transfer or EFTs would come through, and kind of working with you to make sure that those things are done correctly.
Do you have any documentation on how to go about the file transfer mechanism with loan certification?
We do. For that, we'd suggest you contact us. Contact Albert Contreras. His information, I think, is at the end of the presentation, and you can contact us, and then we can get you in contact with our business improvement team, so that's to make sure that those things work and you're online. Next slide. Oh, question.
Are the certification requirements for the Be On Time and the school certification data elements the same?
They're a little different. That's why we would work with you to make sure that your files are correct. Because they are a little bit different. Okay. They're not exactly the same. Anyone? Any other questions about that?
Hi. Regarding the online status messages and the online allocation reporting, for the online status messages, is that information strictly on a per-student basis, or can a school actually get all of the status messages for all of the students at a given time?
It's per student. I mean, you would pull up the individual student, but like I said, it's not implemented yet for the school side of things. But once it is, they will be able to pull up the student's profile and then see the loan information there.
What's the implementation date, the planned implementation date, anyone?
Near future, to my knowledge.
I'm sorry?
We're told by our IT area that the fall, but we're in the fall. And
okay. So it's really dependent on IT? Correct. Okay. Is there a possibility that the information could be available on for all students? In other words, rather than only on a student-by-student basis? The only reason I ask that is prior audit work that we've done. When this first started coming up a year and a half or longer ago, the need for the information, the question was if financial aid offices could actually look at the information for all of the students at a given time, it'd be really helpful rather than them having to go in on a student-by-student basis. So that's
it's on the list. It's
okay.
On our IT list of wishes.
Thank you. Question on the online allocation reporting. Is that on a more broad basis, or is that also student by student?
The report itself, every link that Davin displayed on that one summary report pulls up an actual detail page. Okay. Each one of those links there, when clicked on, would you go down, Herbert, one slide, will give details. So there is if you will, a detail list for each one of those categories.
So this is, I guess, similar to what the report manager we had previously? The data that Andy makes available?
The report manager may have been static reports, where these are a little more interactive.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Move ahead. Okay. And cancellation and changes. we have a specific process that's available when cancellations or changes need to be made. I know a lot of people, I talk to a lot of schools that call us and they need to make changes. Well, hopefully that you all can begin implementing this process, because it's going to be a little bit easier for you. Number one, not waiting on hold, calling. And number two, kind of all of our group can kind of take a look at it. So if someone's out of the office and they haven't processed something, we can make sure that things are processed in a timely manner. Let's go ahead and go to the first slide. Okay. So from our main page, I mean, you do not have to log in. There's a Contact Us link. You would just start there and click there. Next page, next slide. And from there, it will take you to this page where you would input your name, email address, your school, and then there's a drop-down, and we just suggest choosing that top drop-down. It says School Staff Request, just so we know it's from you. And then underneath that, there's a field where you can input your information, your question, what you want canceled or changed or whatever you would need. From there, you know, that information would come to our department, and we would process it and then send a reply to you that it's completed, or if we needed more information, what have you, so that, you know, once again, I enjoy talking with everyone, but I know that everyone's time is valuable in financial aid, so certainly, you know, try this process. I think you'll enjoy it a little bit better and not have to wait on the phone with our phone system. Next slide. Questions?
Question regarding this year's allocation, and the fact is we have that amendment on the ballot coming up in a week or two. Are our allocations set in stone for this year, or is it depending upon approval by the voters? Because I know it's passed about 7 times in the past, but there was one year where it failed in the fall, and so the allocations were reduced come January, and then it was actually then passed later in the spring. So are the funds already there, and this is for future allocations, or will this impact the current allocation?
Albert, correct me if I'm wrong, but the allocations should be, the funds should be there for next academic year, to my knowledge, but after that, beyond that, I think is what this would affect.
What the proposition does is enables us in future allocation years to open it up even more. Funding for this year is not a question, nor is it for next year. And we're speaking Cal here. You know, it's not a question there. It's to open up our ability to make even more Cal money available in future years.
My question is regarding the cancellation and changes. So, and this is because I don't work with it a lot. Mm-hmm. I can't go into the system and make a change myself. Example, if I wanted to reduce a loan, I actually have to call in and tell you to reduce it for me?
Yeah, to my knowledge, right now that system is kind of ineffective. Yeah, it doesn't always work.
You are working on that, right?
Well, that's higher on the list than a lot of other things.
Thank you.
Because there's nothing more that we want than for you to be able to do them than us do them.
Right.
We currently do not do a file transfer for our loan certifications, nor do we return funds by ACH or EFT. Who do we contact, and how do we go about doing that?
Yeah, we start with Albert back here in the corner.
He knows us. Okay,
he would be
great.
your first contact to kind of figure that
out. What is the future of the Be On Time program? If you can give us some highlights there.
You know, that's probably where even we would pass the hot potato. There's a lot of discussion. There has been even the last legislative session and in sessions prior to that. Dan Weaver, I don't know if he's going to make another appearance this evening, but our assistant commissioner would probably be the one that have more insight into the future of Be On Time.
If anyone has any additional questions about loans, we still have a moment. If you want to have anything, we can take that, or we can go on to the next section on the TEG program. Any loan questions at this point in time? Okay, let me turn the program over to Rafael Villarreal, and we'll talk about reports.
see if I can do this properly. There we go. Can y'all hear me okay? Is this thing on? Hello, testing. Okay. I'm going to talk to y'all about the meats of the program here, some of the TEG program reports. I'm going to be discussing the needs survey, a little bit about the progress report, the old fun end-of-year report, and the audit report. Now, here's some of the program definitions that we went over earlier. Again, original TE program recipients, those that were offered their initial TEG award prior to September 1, 2005. And then what we practically all have today is the 2006 revised program recipients, those who were offered or will be offered their initial award on or after 9/1/2005. First thing I'm going to discuss is the needs survey. If you'll take a look in the pamphlet at the back of the PowerPoint presentation, you'll see this year's needs survey instructions and the first page, an example of the actual the needs survey form. Now, with the needs survey, what it's used for, the data is used to determine the amount of funds, TEG funds, that will be allocated to each of the institutions the following year. This data is also used to support program funding requests that we send to the legislature each session. And the submission deadline each year for the needs survey is November 15th, so we're still in the middle of accepting your needs survey submissions. Some of the needs survey fields, the two most important ones, of course, as demonstrated here, is the TEG need. And again, by TEG need, this is only a term that we use in respect with the needs survey. What it is, it's again the least of the student's financial need, tuition differential, or $3,518. The exceptional TEG need field, of course, can only go to undergraduates. It's the least of, as reported on the form, it's the least of adjusted gross need minus TEG need, tuition differential minus TEG need, or $1,759. What it is on the form, you report what the TEG award is, and you report separately what the exceptional need award amount is that the student would be eligible to receive. It's reported separately, not all in one. One thing to remember with the needs survey, basically what you want to do with the needs survey is just pretend that the TEG's got unlimited funding. What you want to do is find all of the students at your school who meet eligibility requirements, initial and or renewal. So you want to make sure that they're all included on the form. Again, this is not just because they're on your needs survey report does not mean that they will get an award. It's just you want to try and identify as many, if not all, possible TEG recipients. You want to put them on the form. The students that you do want to exclude from the needs survey, though, are those TEG renewal students that are not meeting your SAP requirements. And again, students, another one that I had some issues with, just minor things, but if you're doing on the form, the gross need and adjusted gross need, I believe, come up automatic calculations. They have zeros already on the form. If the gross need or adjusted gross need is less than or equal to 0, you'll want to delete that student from the list. Don't leave them in there. Next one is a progress report. Renee discussed this a little bit earlier. It's just, again, progress report is used to survey how schools are utilizing their program funds. Institutions lose all of their original allocation of funds if they have not been yet dispersed by its due date February 20th. And only those institutions that already have a full disbursement of the original funds can request additional, or that is reallocated funds on the progress report. And again, the submission deadline is February 20th. And again, here comes the fun one, end of year report. Okay. Now, beginning with last fiscal year, institutions are required to now institutions participating in the TEG program are required to submit an end-of-year student-by-student report to ensure program compliance. The the initial submission deadline date is June 1. Deadline is July 15th. That's when all the reports have to be in certified and error-free. Now, data collected in this report, it does become the basis for TEG program requests, studies, informational reports, answer questions. I mean, we use this one for a lot. This is a very big report. So as such, the data must be accurate in this report. See something here, the file structure for the end-of-year report itself. Data has to be submitted in the form of a fixed-length text file. First record in your report is the header record. It identifies the school, FICE code, the year, all that kind of stuff. All the student data records follow. So every student, all the information for the report for each student individually. And then the final record is a trailer record. Now again, header record identifies the data being provided in the file. and the trailer record verifies the accuracy and completeness of the information. In the trailer record, you identify how many students, what total amount of money your institution dispersed. Now, along with general student information like name, date of birth, address, kind of stuff like that, there is a lot of TEG program information that is requested and needs to be included in the end-of-year file. Things such as cost of attendance, EFC, GPA, the classification, the award type, how many hours they attempted this semester, per semester, how many hours they completed, was professional judgment issued, was a hardship decision created. All this information describing and defining the data is included in the instruction manual. I don't believe I put a copy of the instruction manual in your booklet because, again, the end of your report is done. But I believe there is a copy of it on the Grants and Special Programs website if you needed to reference that. I do have in the form here, I do have the data structure for the FY11 end of year report. That is one of the last pages in your notebook. You will see the FY11 data structure listing all the different fields that were requested. Some of the changes that were important, of course, is the student ID number. If the student had a Social Security number, you were required to enter the Social Security number in the report. It is the Social Security number is the standard for all the reports being submitted to our agency. Using the one student ID number, of course, ensures data integrity and consistency. Now, if the student did not have a social, what you had to do is you had to use and enter the same student ID that was going to be reported on the CBM and FADS report, again, for consistency's sake, to make sure we track everything properly. One of the things also that we have that for is two measures of success for the TEG program. Persistence and time to graduation require us to match our year-end report to the CBM and FADS data. We need to make sure that our data for the information that we're going to provide to you for verification purposes matches what FADS has. That way we have consistent data, we have accurate data. It also makes it easier to track how long someone's been receiving an award to make sure they don't go beyond their time limit, their eligibility period. Now, hardships. A little bit of more discussion on this one. One of the fields was hardships. It asked for you to identify whether or not a hardship was granted to a student to receive an award, whether or not you gave a hardship decision to grant an award to a student at the beginning of the year. In other words, a student had not met any of the renewal SAP requirements, or there was something going on with his period of eligibility, time limit had expired. And that in this field, field number 25, you were to identify that to receive an award this year, or at the beginning of FY11, you gave the student a hardship decision to make them eligible to receive an award for FY11. The next one, question, was professional judgment. That one was to be used to implement, to basically report whether or not you gave a professional judgment decision for the student for FY11. In other words, if the student had enrolled for below SAP requirements, below less than three-quarter time, enrolled less than half time for the original students, this was the field that you used to identify that we know the student did not enroll for the correct number of hours, the required minimum number of hours, but we gave a professional judgment based on a hardship that the student was having, and that's why he was able to get an award the current year, and it'll be the same way in FY12. So again, it's hardship. The hardship field is the student was not eligible to receive an award at the beginning of the year, but we gave him a hardship decision to allow him to receive an award, him or her. And then field number 26 is, well, okay, it could be the same situation. The student had to get a hardship to be eligible to receive an award, but then you gave professional judgment because the student wasn't enrolled for enough hours, the minimum three-quarter time enrollment for the revised student recipient. He didn't enroll for enough hours, but we gave professional judgment for this year to give the student an award. So this is the field where you would represent that one. Any questions or anything? Besides him? Anyway. It's right there.
You've kind of mentioned here justify and retaining supporting documentation. Jane, during the residency, had that same thing too. I guess my question is, what are your requirements for maintaining records? You know, under the federal programs, we only have to maintain the records 3 years after an audit. So my question is, what are we looking at here? Is there any kind of standard that the coordinating board uses maintaining records that we know then, okay, after X amount of time, then we can destroy those records? Yeah, for the state records, we choose to have schools implement a 5-year retention. So I'll hold on to that record for 5 years. Again, it kind of helps given that for a period of eligibility, it's 5 years. Yes, Jane?
This question was recently raised, and we're trying to do some research on it. It was 5 originally, and everyone has this vague notion that it's been changed to 3, but we haven't found the documentation, so let us get back to you on that. Thank you. Sorry, Raphael.
No problem. Thank you.
That's something we're searching through the weeds for.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Anything else, anybody? Okay. All right. This was another fun one that we had here. Field number 36, it was asking, is student meeting SAP requirements at the end of the year? Basically, it's asking, this question is asking, is the student end of the year meeting SAP requirements to be granted a renewal award next year? It was a yes or no question. Again, as of the end of the reporting period, initial award recipients only had to meet institutions' SAP requirements. Original TEG program, renewal award recipients, again, institution SAP requirements. It was the 2006 revised recipients renewal award recipients that had to meet program renewal award requirements to be eligible to receive next year. I had, it may have been the way I worded the question, maybe the word I did the instructions, but unfortunately I had multiple schools where in certain situations where, say, a student was given professional judgment, took 12 hours for the fall, took maybe 9 hours or 6 hours for the spring. They passed everything, GPA above requirements, 100% completion rate, all that was great. It's just that the student did not complete 24 hours. So technically, just based on letter of the program, the rules, renewal requirements, it was a renewal award recipient, they didn't complete 24 hours. So no should have been entered for this answer. A lot of schools put yes. Well, we gave them professional judgment, so yeah, they met the requirements. Technically, no. They did not complete 24 hours, so this had to be no. Had to be a no. It doesn't mean, putting a no here did not prevent you from giving the student a hardship decision on next year's report saying, okay, he only completed 22 hours, 20 hours. We gave the student a hardship decision because they were having a hardship, so we gave them a hardship decision to make them eligible. It's on next year's report where you would override that minimum, the no response here. So, it's just one of the things else I'm going to do here, I know we had a lot of problems with the end of year error checks. Schools are coming back with a lot of errors. A lot of things were found error, and I have to admit that was my fault. I put way too many error checks into the end of year report system. I will be streamlining the editing process. There will be fewer edit checks. It's going to go through a lot smoother. That was my mistake. I went nuts, wasn't thinking, blinders on. I went forward and found everything I could to make sure the system checked. Should not have done that, and I apologize to y'all for that. It won't be as difficult for FY12. It will be a much simpler system. Still working to get everything finalized and arranged and what we're going to do, and you'll hear about it later. When I get everything arranged and get the new end-of-year manual and stuff out, it'll be better. I promise you. So, okay. Reports for. I'm sorry. Yes.
Raphael, I have a question about at the end of our academic year, or at the end of spring, the student did not have the 24 hours. At the time that we submitted the report, they didn't have 24 hours, but at the end of summer, they did. So how do we let you know that? So when you get the next end-of-year report that shows that we did give them TEG, and whether those hours were earned at our school or another school, does that matter?
Very good. I thank you for that question. At this point, I'm still trying to implement a complete or a finalized, like a summer update process. Like Texas Grant has that in place right now, where schools can submit summer update files to update information for the student to show those that had a no on the end of the report, took some summer courses, and now it's a yes. I'm still trying to work through that to get an official, we call it procedure in place. At this point in time, all you need to do is just send me information. Student, John Smith, ending social 2000. Took 6 hours in the summer here at this school. Now his final GPA is above 2.5. He's got an 83% completion rate. You just tell me the information, update it, and I will update the system myself. But until I get a proper system in place, that's the best way to do it. You can still let me know. I will update the system for you that way. One of the other things I'm also still working on is creating an eligibility verification screen for you. That way you just log into the student's social blip and see what information is reported to us. Any summer update files or summer update information will be reflected on that eligibility screen when I get it up and running. Any other questions? Besides you two? What's up, Brett?
I love this report. I love it. Will we still need to worry about edits for, we keep running across special situations. Our full-time undergrad student got a degree in December. They turned into a full-time grad student for 9 hours. But doggone, if they only have got 21 hours and the report says they were an undergraduate in the fall, bing, there's an error. Okay, what, you know, are you going to be like editing the system to like consider that? Because, I mean, what's hardship about that? That's just life. I mean,
life is hard. Life is hard, Brett. No, but I would do that. What I'll probably end up doing, again, there's some other things that I would like to work on. Part of that need survey that had gone out from Jane asking what would you like us to do with the report, change things, not change things, modify. It was a general consensus that it's very difficult to change what's already been programmed. There are still some things, though, that I see that need to be changed. Again, this is all just, we're still working things out. But in situations like that, I've got ideas of how to edit the system, the editing process, to where it would recognize that, to where it would not bark at you, oops, you put yes, but they only completed 21 hours, that's a no. I've got some edits in mind to where it would allow for things of that nature to happen. But again, nothing is finalized. We are still trying to get everything going, but I am going to make it easier, and Dallas Baptist is one of the reasons why I'm looking at it. No, that was all my fault, but it will be easy.
I love this report. I really do.
You're so bad. You're wrong. Just wrong.
When do you see that being up in place?
Oh, we're going to try and get the manuals out. What was it? We'll see something here. That's the audit guide. We're going to try to get the manuals out early enough again. We'll get out early enough notifications, probably. And I'm just kind of steamrolling here. Maybe send out stuff to school. Say, here's what we're thinking of doing. Would this work for you? Will it not work for you? Get some ideas. But it'll, because when was it that we sent out the end of the year? Was it in April? We sent in April. Before April, you should be able to know we're going to be revising the system and to what extent. You'll find out before then. Any other questions?
I've got a question for the group.
Okay.
Do you guys use a transcript, like a TEG transcript? Does anybody use something like that between schools? If you get transferred, for instance, in the spring, do you send, like if somebody from DBU transferred to UMHB and they got a TEG in the fall, how would you know that? You wouldn't know that till you get this database up, right? So does anybody use a transcript to send to us to say, did they get a TEG to help out that student? Or does anybody have a better plan than a transcript, or call it something different? I'm just curious what others are doing.
That's a good question.
We don't use a transcript, but we email the school. We look to, first of all, to see if it's a private school, and if it is, then we email the TEG contact or somebody there to find out if the student has had TEG there. We look them up in TASFA. We look wherever we can figure it out.
Does anybody have any other systems or procedures in place to verify a transfer student mid-year, whether or not they got TEG at another private school?
Got you, man.
No, you don't want me. You don't want me. Okay. Yes.
We've talked a little bit about trying to use the FADS report to build the early years of a database for TEG and then tack on to it the FADS data for the most recent year. Obviously, that takes some programming and such, but at least one of our problems with being able to do that for you now is that we've only had the year-end report 2 years, and so we don't have a TEG database per se. And so we've had a meeting that I've canceled and rescheduled at least 3 or 4 times, so we'd have a better answer for you. But we're at least looking into whether the FADS, which is a student-by-student record of recipients, could be used at least to identify whether it's initial or renewal and how far back they've gotten it. But that won't give you number of hours or anything like that, but it may move us in the right direction. Does that sound useful? Are you having trouble tracking the 5 years or 6 years of eligibility? So in that case, if we could identify the first year they appear in FADS, then that may help you start the count for the 5 or 6 years. We don't know how feasible this is, but at least we're playing with the thought. Thanks.
Uh-oh. Ta-da. Any other questions? Good save. Okay. Oh, we go back one, actually. There we go. Back over here, of course, report files are submitted via secure file transfer protocol via our SFTP server. You log into the same system as using the same username and password as what you use for FADS. And if you don't have your FADS account information, you can contact our agency, I believe it's Tanya Trevino, that they can assist you with obtaining that information to be able to log into the system. Okay. These are the fun ones, the error files. Okay. As reports are submitted, what is our system processes what's accumulated multiple times a day. An email is sent to your institution's generic email address indicating errors if the data files don't meet the file layout requirements, or their file's been accepted but there's been errors, there's been some problems found, and then it'll notify you again via that email message. You go to the SFTP server, the Texas Grants output folder, to actually pick up your error report and take a look at it and look through it to find out what issues, what errors there are that have been indicated. Again, instructions, again, how to retrieve these errors are, again, covered in the instruction manual. If the error message is valid, of course, you're supposed to correct the data as necessary for that record and then resubmit the entire file. If everything in your file, if all the errors in your file were valid errors and just had to be corrected. If there's if data on the error report is correct in situations such as what Brett described, that they graduated mid-year, took the correct number of hours, they did meet all SAP requirements because they graduated mid-year. It's just the system's not allowing it. What you do is you would just need to send an email to me at the TEG program email address. Let me know this error needs to be overridden. The data entered is correct, and what I'd perform is a manual override of the error to just get around it in that manner. I always have that option to do manual overrides over a majority of the errors. A lot of times that yes/no it was the main one, but there were some other ones sometimes. I forget what some of them are, but some of them I could not do that. But majority of them I had the ability to given a proper explanation and a description of why it's valid, I could get around it. Once there are no errors in the file, a certification form will be sent to your generic email address again, confirming that your report is error-free and certified. All you have to do is just complete the certification form, return it by email and in a PDF format back to me at that address, that program email address, and I just documented that your report is certified. If anything happened during the remainder of the year, you had somebody leave or something, you found something else, had to have a program refund or do something like that, you would just simply have to notify me that this has been changed, this student's award amount has been completely refunded or reduced by this amount. Let me know. I re-enter the information and recertify your end-of-year report for you. Take care of all that for you. And the audit report. Okay, the purpose of the audit report is to confirm that TEG awards are given to eligible recipients, and it also ensures that institutions have an adequate system of internal controls to assure adherence to the program laws and regulations. Now, you'll notice that those that looked at it, that this year's audit guide is a much different look than it has looked in the past couple of years. The structure was significantly revised to eliminate a lot of redundant and new and extra information. Outline of campus-based operations. Some information was actually entered in there 2 or 3 times. It was repeated multiple times. Jane and Lynn and I, we went through that thing and we restructured it, reformatted it. So even though it looks like it's completely new, it's a whole new audit guide. A lot of the same information is included in there. It's just a little bit better reorganized. But there were some areas that there was some extra text that was added to, again, some areas to help better explain or bring attention to program requirements and audit areas, and we'll go over those in a little bit here. Now, additionally, there was some information concerning certain issues that did change over the years, those primarily being proration and tuition differential. The annual submission deadline, of course, did not change. It's still April 15th. Now, for the tuition differential, back in 2011, we forget what it was, in May at some point in time, we sent out notices to the schools that we're going to begin utilizing, suggesting that they use the SACS levels to identify comparable institutions and start doing your tuition differential calculations based on that. Within a week, we sent out another memo saying that based on responses and an agreement that schools for FY11 could utilize the same methods that they used for calculating tuition differential as they'd used in the past, and we're going to require SACS level tuition differential based calculations for this year. So Again, so and that is reflected in the FY11 audit guide that this is how we said we were going to make y'all do it, and then we sent another one saying, actually, if you want to do it this way for FY11, you can, or you can go back to how you did it and how you did it before, but you just had to make sure you maintained documentation, proof, evidence of what schools and what tuition rates, whatever you used to do to calculate your tuition differential for FY11. So we kind of, that was a little bit of a, which one are you going to do? So that was accurately reflected in the audit guide for all the auditors to properly understand, hey, wait a minute, you did it different or you didn't different. Are you sure you followed regulations? It's in the audit guide. I put it in there that what the final decisions were. Now, prorating awards, as always been in the past, awards to part-time original students had to be prorated in keeping with the number of hours that they took. The awards to revised students were changed a little bit. Revised award recipients with limited financial need had to be prorated in keeping with the student's need. Those revised students below 3-time enrollment due to a hardship, they had to be prorated in keeping with the number of hours that they were taking. Did I put a chart on the next one? Did I put a chart in there? Is there a chart? I thought I had included it. It was in one of the prior PPTs, the proration amount, 12 hours plus 100%. And I was at 9 to 11 hours, 75%. I apologize. I thought I'd included it in here. I apologize. I'm sorry for that. Okay. What I'm going to be describing a little bit here is some of the, I had mentioned earlier, there was supplemental information that I had included in the audit guide, stuff that just kind of reiterate and, make sure the auditors knew were program requirements. Some of the information that was included, we'll put into the audit guide is, of course, the February 20th deadline for the date that progress reports are due, that institutions can request reallocated funds on the progress report, that as of that date, any funds not dispersed or encumbered were to be recollected by our agency for disbursement to other institutions. One of the things, supplemental, is that the TEG program officer, it's defined in the audit guide, but we added the text that the TEG program officer is also responsible for selecting award recipients. That was not in there, but that should have been in there. So that is an added definition of the program officer. One of the responsibilities is they're responsible for selecting award recipients. One other thing that was added there, of course, y'all are aware of it, that the out-of-state National Merit finalists supposed to get the $1,000 scholarship from the school or through the school to be eligible for TEG. It was not in the audit guide anywhere. That text was also added to the audit guide. Question? Oh, I thought I saw a hand go up. Okay. Yo. Yes, sir.
Just for some clarification, okay, so minimum current rules, minimum 3/4 enrollment for a TEG,
right?
But you don't give a 100% award to that 3/4 student, right? You give the 75%.
That is correct.
That's how you do that. Okay,
yeah,
just to clarify.
It's a little strange that for a student enrolled for 9 hours, an undergraduate student enrolled for 9 hours can get the 100% award. But if the undergraduate student has a hardship or is given professional judgment, then if they only enroll for those 9 hours, they don't get the full award. If there's a hardship going on, they enroll for below full-time for a hardship. There's some kind of hardship the student's involved in. It's recognized and it's given. They only get 75%. And I know it sounds strange, but that's the way statute is written or rule is written. Rules are written that way. Okay. Jane?
I'll give a little background here. In the past, our rule simply said that the school had to prorate the awards, and it was concluded that we needed to give you more guidance. And the model that was suggested was the Pell refund table of 75, 50, 25%, and basically we stuck it into our rules. It really wasn't until recently that we recognized that there's an apparent anomaly in the fact that a person who is taking 9 hours, who is early in their stream of eligibility, can get a full award, but if they're at the end of their eligibility or in hardship, cannot. They can only get 75%. If I had to guess, I would guess that in the next legislative session, TEG is going to require 12 hours again. I just think that's likely to happen. And so I'm inclined to just leave this in the rules and see what occurs. If it is causing you any trouble, give us a call and we'll walk your way through it. But basically, if they're early in the program in regular status, they can get the full award at 9 hours. But as written, the rules would require you to prorate the award if it's because of a hardship or a imminent graduation. The alternative would be for us to do a rule change, which at this point we couldn't do until April, and then have it in place for next fall. And if that's easier for you, then having this in rule will do that. Obviously, the proration rate is appropriate at all times for the old program. It's only in the revised 2006 program that you get into this anomaly of the 9 hours. Anybody want us to, would it help you for us to go ahead and revise the rules and get this out of there? If it is not creating great difficulties, hopefully you don't have a lot of students in this status and they're not questioning you, then we'll leave it there on the assumption that the next time around the legislature is likely to move this up to a full-time enrollment requirement.
I just want to add that what we do at DBU is to really encourage students just to be full-time, right? Because we don't have the expectation that people are regularly going to come back in summer and make up hours. So you got to get your 24 hours in, get them in fall and spring. So in a sense, we de facto almost require them to be full-time anyway, fall and spring.
I think your point is correct. From what I understand, very few students go to summer school, and so if they are not taking an average of 12 hours a semester, they're already messed up their eligibility for the following year.
Any other questions? Okay, next slide. Some more supplemental information. Documentation of a late disbursement to a student must be maintained in the student's file. There used to be reference to the actual late disbursement form. Well, we've removed that. It's just a matter of now we just need to make sure you document the late disbursement to the student. Documentation must be maintained. And there's also a submission that was never reported. It was never mentioned in there, but it was listed what reports had to be submitted, but there was nothing on it. It just said, here are the reports schools have to submit. Ta-da! That was all of it. So what we did is we had a text that the submission of all these reports required reports to our agency are used to confirm adherence to program requirements. It just said, as I said before, it just said, here are the reports the school has to complete. Next section. Why is that in there? Well, that's why. All right. Now some other things that were added were some of the what you would see that the auditors would have to take a look at and analyze and audit. Of course, the mandatory audit areas. When we were going through the old form, we noticed quite a few things that explained what needs to happen, but then there was never a mandatory audit area. Okay, this is supposed to be checked, but we didn't require the auditors to check it. So we actually added those sections there for auditors to check for beginning this year. One of those is the timely disbursement of funds. You all know that you're supposed to disperse the funds within five business days of receipt. That was not a mandatory audit area in the old audit guide. Well, we put it in there. Tracking of original offer dates to the revised award recipients to prevent the awarding of grants after the end of a student's period of eligibility. Again, it was mentioned in there. They have 5 years in a degree plan of 4 years or less. They have 6 years of eligibility in a degree plan of 5 years or more. It was never instructionally told to be audited. So we added that in there as well. And again, late disbursement. Procedures followed and documentation is on file. Again, the old audit guide simply said schools have to document that they did it. But we never had an audit area that said check to make sure a school is keeping track of the documentation. We added that. And that institution records for student eligibility and award disbursement are maintained for the requisite amount of time. I think we just answered a question there. It was 5 years is what we're recommending. And then confirm that business office records for award amounts and number of awards agree with numbers in the FADS and or the TEG end of year report. Now what that entitles right there is that my ledger, in your institution's records, depending upon time of the year, the FADS of course is not due to December 1, and that's kind of late to ensure program adherence when the end of year report is due in July within the same fiscal year. That way we do the TEG end of year report. You find some issues going on between your ledger, my ledger, and what's going on. You're still in fiscal year 12, say this year, there's still time to correct it. The FADS, you're beyond the time to actually correct it. In other words, if you have to refund any monies or something happens, you gave overages of awards, you have to give the monies back to us if we wait till the FADS. TEG end of year report, you can identify other students that can get the award. Edit and revise your end of year report, but you still get to keep the money to give to other students. FADS is a little bit later. So it's just a matter of which, time-wise, it's better to do the end of year report, but of course FADS is the final report for the agency, and that becomes the ultimate end of year number generator. Okay. I kind of blew through a lot of that stuff quickly. Questions?
Any movement then as far as the 2-year audit guide versus a 1-year audit guide when it comes out?
You'd also asked to see if we could get the audit guides out earlier, and we're definitely moving in that direction. We used to have the audit guide that you could do it in either a 1-year or 2-year cycle, and we went away from it when we were instructed that everyone was doing an annual audit. So if you are having an annual audit, the guide seems like an appropriate step, but if you are indeed on a 2-year audit cycle, let us know, and I would imagine that we can go to what we did before, which is say you have to submit the audit guide on the basis of your audit cycle.
Well, I think most schools are doing an annual audit with their federal funds, bring along the TEG at the same time. But I'm talking about the actual guide that comes out of the coordinating board is maintaining it for a 2-year period so there would not be changes and keep it on cycle, obviously, which is a legislative cycle, so that if there are changes, you can do it. So it's not really, I mean, I love the idea because it's a fairly expensive process, a TEG audit, because of the number, you have a larger pool that has to be reviewed by the auditors than it does our federal programs. But if we have the guide that's out there for 2 years, then we know what to expect and our auditors know as well.
Okay. If we were trying to get the audit guide out early for next year, when would you need to have it out? Or for the current year, when would you preferably have it out? End of May for FY12? Okay. We can certainly take steps to make that happen. And we'll look into, obviously at this point, we're starting a biennium. We will take a look and see if we can make, I don't see any reason why we should expect the audit guide to change between now and the next year. It had not changed much at all for a long time, and this was a major rewrite, but we can definitely look into and try to move in the direction of not changing it in the interim year.
I mean, the big changes happened a few years ago when you increased the sampling size.
Right.
Which then increased the cost of the audit. At that point, we had already contracted with the outside auditors.
Okay.
So then we had to pay up front. As far as May, our auditors have already selected their sampling by May.
Okay.
So, I mean,
have they started doing their review at that time?
They start in June on the review, but my thought is if you do the 2-year, then it's not quite as critical because you should be able to come out with one after the legislative cycle after everybody's kind of interpreted what the legislators did for 5 months, which may take another 5 months to figure that out. But
that's the other problem is that we come out of a session absolutely overwhelmed with all of the stuff that's been discussed versus what was actually passed. And we have literally to start in June after the session ends in May to draft and submit our rules for the July board meeting. And so it is very unlikely that we'll get all of that taken care of for all of the programs by July, and we'll have to come back and make another adjustment. But again, it would all be in that first year.
Yeah.
And so again, we can see if we can avoid changing the audit guides more than necessary. We've been on a learning curve to make sure it is comprehensive and so forth. But if we have it where we want it, which I think is pretty close to there, then the only thing that would, in all likelihood, change it would be legislative changes.
Anything else, anybody? Going once. All right. Thank you all very much.
I'd like to make a brief announcement. I have heard that Davin is doing quite well, In fact, he insisted on it, and he's back at his desk at the office. So they looked him over, gave him a clean bill of health, and allowed him to go back to work. So thank you for all of your best wishes. They seem to have worked very well. And he promises not to bounce his head off the podium again the next time he visits with you. So we're glad to have him feeling better and ready to move on to our next session. Okay, the next speaker, please excuse me for staying here, but our next speaker is Tanya Trevino, who is working with the financial aid database report. We had a specific request from some of you to have some training from the FADS and the CBM folk. And Tanya, we appreciate your willingness to come up and give a presentation. Here's Tanya.
Can everyone hear me? Perfect. Well, I hope I didn't get too many grumbles when they announced I was coming up to talk about the database. I know how excited everyone is. As we all know, the deadline is approaching for submitting the financial aid database, the wonderful student-by-student database that is due December 1st. This is the date that the report must be submitted, error-free, and certified. We have a list of the EDC data report processing times. These are run 7 days a week. 7 days a week at these times. Reports in by, that's really, you must have your report submitted before that time. The edit run begins on the middle times, and then your edit reports are posted to your FADS output folder after those times. Right now, we're receiving FAD reports, CBM reports, probably other year-end reports, all at the same time. So our server is running very slow. Please allow lots of time for your FADs to be processed. If a day goes by, of course, please let me know, and I will definitely look into it. Once your file is received, you do receive a file receipt confirmation. That file receipt confirmation is sent to your generic email address. This email address, I had sent tests back in April to the email addresses that I had asking for a confirmation. So if you recall not receiving a confirmation, please let me know, so that way we can look into it. Without the file receipt confirmations or edit reports, you won't know if your report has been submitted. Your file is then processed, and then the edit report is posted by the Times. You will receive an edit report notification also to that generic email address that will let you know that your edit report is ready to be viewed. And again, it's in your FADS output folder. All reports do have to be submitted by the SFTP, the Secure File Transfer Protocol. Last year, we did have the availability of submitting your reports through our data entry website. We have not been given that option this year. So I apologize for some institutions. There are a few institutions that did utilize that website, but we just didn't get enough support to be able to provide that again this year. Some of the changes or reminders for this year, we had the alpha and numeric characters. We're still accepting those for the Social Security or ID fields. And again, those socials and IDs, which is your field 1D and your field 36, those IDs and socials must match to the numbers that you're submitting on your CBM1 and really all of your reports that you submit to the CB. All of those reports, you must use the same ID and the same social. We have added, or last year we added the merit-only aid applicants, and that is any student who's enrolled at your institution, completed a FAFSA or TASFA, whether or not they received aid. They must be included in your report. We also want you to include any student who was enrolled at your institution and received merit aid, non-need-based aid, or exemptions and waivers, but may not have completed a FAFSA or TASFA. The top 10% field was added last year and is still continued on the report. The new federal race and ethnicity codes, we did have it last year where it was an option. We still left the field 12, which was the old ethnicity field, available for people that didn't have programming yet. This year, it is mandatory that you use the new fields, and there is a Hispanic field for yes or no, and then there's also reporting the ethnicity. And we do capture the multiple ethnicities. The field for needs analysis, that is also continued for this year. And we have a yes and a no. It's either if the student qualified based on federal methodology by completing the FAFSA, TASFA, or a hand calculation or not. And I realize my numbering is off, so I apologize. Matching the FADs to the CBM report, there is a list on your edit report that indicates whether a student's social was found as not matching between your FADs and your CBM 001 report. And we'll go into more detail as to what is to be reported. But that list not only tells you if you had a student that didn't match based on social, it also lets you know if you had a student that didn't match based on the immigration status or the residency status that you reported. A student that's reported on the FADs as a non-immigrant resident must also be reported as a non-immigrant resident, which is an A on your CBM 1 and CBM A reports. The last thing, tuition exemptions and waivers. We have added fields 6 through 11, which capture a specific code and exemption amount. That is only to be used for the public institutions. Private institutions will still continue to use Field 29, which is an aggregate total of your tuition exemptions and waivers. When you receive your edit report, and if you have any students that were found as not matching between your FADs and your CBM report, you will need to assign a code in order for them to be removed from that list. Initially, when you submit your first FADS report, for that field, everyone will need to be given a code of 00. So that'll be for all of your students initially, 00. We realize this list is short and there could be several possibilities. Please let me know. I have discussed with my boss, Doug Parker, about adding another code that is a CB approved code, meaning you gave me a reason that's not listed and we approved it, and so you can use that code to override. But we have to make sure we still have documentation. You have documentation and I have documentation that you are allowed to use that code. But that will allow for different reasons. Yes.
I just wanted to get some clarification. I don't work on the CBM report myself. Someone else at our institution does that. I just want to make sure our FADS report is covering a whole year from fall 10 to summer 11. And I understand the CBM reports, there are more than one report during the year, right? One per term? Okay. So the reports for fiscal year 11, for instance, would be referring back to CBM reports for fall 10, spring 10, and spring 11, excuse me, and summer 11. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Fall 10, spring 11, and summer 11. And it's also capturing the students that may have been, you may have submitted a revised, or your institution may have submitted a revised social or ID on the CBM-OON report, and that's just to capture any typos or updates to socials, but that's correct. So again, if there's any code that's here that you do not find fits your student, we will look into adding another code that will be CB approved code. And I'll send out an email and let everyone know if it's for this year or if we have to wait for next year. Overrides. The overrides is an option for if you receive your edit report and you see any errors that are really not errors. Say you have a AGI income that's above our max of the 9 or the 6 nines. Then send me an email letting me know or giving me the student's last 4 digits of their social, the data or the data element or the error that was found on your edit report, and then the reason that you're requesting the override. I'll then send you an email confirming that I have overridden the errors, and you can proceed with the next step of reconciliation. And since you're only submitting the last 4 digits of the social, we don't have to really worry about you sending it through another secure, through SFTP or anything. You can just send me an email directly to me. Lastly is the certification process. Once your report has been found error-free, all of your students on your edit report that were found as not matching have been coded and have been eliminated from your list, then you'll begin reconciling your programs to your year-end reports. Now, there's only a certain number of programs that are reconciled: TEG, nursing, Texas Grant, TEOG, LEAP, SLEEP. I think that's it. I think that's all of them. Oh, yes, and work study. That's right, Texas work study. So the reconciliation process begins. You'll get a summary report that'll list what your totals are from your FADS report. We'll also have a line that includes your totals from the year-end reports that you submitted. Those 2 numbers must match. If they do not match, then either your year-end report or your FADS report must be corrected so that they do match. Once you reconcile all of your programs, and reconciliation not only includes reconciling your year-end reports, but also taking a look at your demographic summary report and the program summary report. The demographic summary report will list all of your student data that you submitted on your FADS. It'll break it down by ethnicity and gender. And then it'll list it by income, all of the demographic fields that were found on FADS, income, classification, and enrollment status. So please take a look at that and make sure that your student population is accurately being reflected. After you reconcile that, then you must, and all your programs and everything looks good, then you must request your certification. And the request is found on the FADS manual, which is on our website. But it's just a request indicating that, yes, I did look over my information and everything seems to be correct. We'll then send you the certification, and then you'll have to email back the certification. This just gives us an extra safety net saying, yes, I did read over everything and everything looks good. Any questions?
Thank you, and I know you work on weekends during this time too, because you're emailing as well on it. And I guess my concern is not really toward you as it is to the coordinating board. You're the only contact, and needless to say, Not everybody does theirs 2 months early and getting ready, so those deadlines, and I know we can go online and we can kind of check our progress, plus all the other schools too. So, we're not as bad as they are. We're ahead of them. But anyway, I just want to make sure that the resources are there, because this is so much more a give and take back and forth. Under our Phys app, you're able to look at your edits right there as you do it. It'll stop the process at that point. Here, we have to send the file, and it comes back and forth. And with only one contact, I'm concerned about the stress it causes you. I know what it causes on our end, but I can imagine what it's with you when there's 60-some schools trying to get this thing done by December 1st.
Actually, it's 152, but but yeah. This year, I did get help, or I'm getting help. Ken Pond will be the reconciliation person. So he will take over that process for me as far as getting you situated with completing or getting your programs reconciled between your year-end reports, going back and forth and getting those corrected. So that will relieve a lot off of me, so that I can focus more on helping the schools with their errors and submissions and so forth. Way back when, I actually had to manually process every institution's reports. So it has come a long way, but but yes, I will have an additional resource definitely, so that we won't hopefully run into any crunches. But it falls too on the institution, getting their year-end reports corrected, and I know that's a headache in itself, making sure.
But no, I just want to say thank you. I don't know if you always hear that or not, but your constant contact, even on the weekends, is always reassuring as well. So.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, yes.
There we are. Can you hear me okay? Tanya didn't know I was coming up after her, so this isn't in our program or anything, but I wanted also to thank Tanya for the job that she does with these reports. It is a massive process that she's involved in, and it occurred to me that I'm not sure how many of you ever see the results of your labors. There is a report that we issue to the legislature at the July board meeting following the year of the report, and I have some samples of the text of the report. And this looks nice and skinny, but if you add the tables that are submitted with it, we have another almost inch of material that's in the report. The intent of the report is to advise the legislature about how financial aid is going, and if I can give you a little bit of information of some of the fields that you end up filling out as to how they're used. We used to look at FADs as everybody's in one pot, and we kept finding these odd distribution of needy students and non-needy students and so forth. And so a few years ago, when we started preparing the report, we broke the population down into two populations. At that time, in order to be in FADs, you had to have received some type of need-based aid. And so we divided it into students for whom EFC plus the resources were less than or equal to cost. And we referred to those in the report as basic needy students. And then the second group were those whose resources, including EFC, exceeded cost. And usually that was because of an unsub loan that was replacing EFC. But we don't have a very sophisticated way to net out where the replacement's taking place. So that's just a second group. Then the decision was to have you also report people who applied for but did not receive any aid. And so that's another population that is shown in the database. And it's important to know them because you get a sense of their family resources and such because they completed a FADS. Well, the most recent iteration was to ask you to include people who did not apply for need-based aid but got merit-only aid. Now, anytime we add a population to the database, we have to figure out how to describe this group and keep their data from polluting the data for the other groups that we have been looking at. In other words, if we dumped all the merit aid into the need-based aid, we would distort the need-based component of the report. So the question in the database, it asked you whether this was a FAFSA or TASFA student or not, was not that we were interested in whether you used the FAFSA or TASFA form, but whether you had done a need analysis, and therefore this was someone who belonged in the need analysis group. And then we break that group down into whether they got any money, whether they got less than or equal to cost, and whether they got more than cost. But a lot of people thought we were literally asking about what need analysis, which of those forms you used, and if they did a hand calc, they said no. So when we tried to use that to zero in on the merit-only students, we found them getting Pell, SEOG, TEG, and other things that are need-based aid because we didn't word the question well. Hopefully when you look at the wording of that question this time, you will see that we're trying to look at the people who did a need analysis based on federal methodology versus those who did not. And that lets us kind of zero in on the merit-only students versus those who applied for need-based aid. Obviously, many merit recipients also applied for need-based aid, and they've been in the database for a long time. But to now add a group that didn't even apply for need-based aid, for a result of that is that we have 827,000 students who are in the database from last year, from 2010, excuse me, not last year. So this database has moved from being a couple of 100,000. Tanya, you've been with me since this thing started. The first couple of years, we had maybe 100,000, 150,000 students. We're now over 800,000 students in that database. And the legislature in our office and other offices are using it as a source of information to assess the needs and the resources available to our students. The question that asks you, or the way that we're hammering home to please use the same ID for your end-of-year reports and your CBM reports, that came out of a query that came from the legislature, not this last spring, but the spring before last, saying how much aid went to these kinds of students. And so we identified the students based on residency code, and then we compared FADs to the CBM report, and we found students who had received financial aid who were not even in the CBM report. And so there was this gnashing of teeth going, oh my gosh, we're getting aid to people who aren't eligible, and so forth. And we have since learned a lot more through this process of comparing FADs to the 001. Among other things is that private schools do not report summer aid recipients through the 001. So you're going to have, if that's the only time those students got financial aid, those students will kick out as an edit because they were not in the 001 report. So we're learning just the discrepancies in the nature of those two reports as well. The data that you'll be reporting as to why they're not in the two reports, because they're, in your case, it would be private school students who were only enrolled in the summer and so forth. That will help us get a better sense of the validity of matching the 001 to the FADS report. And in the long term, we might eventually be able to eliminate that match under certain circumstances. So we're learning all the time. This has been an extremely active learning curve for all of us involved in the FADS report. One thing, have any of you ever seen the FADS report, the result of your work? Okay. I'll put a handful of the text part of it over here, and if you want one, you're welcome to take it with you when you leave. I will also send out, using Raphael's TEG link, our distribution list, I'll send you a link to the report on our website, and you can download it and look at it. In the back, there are statistics by institution. It will allow you to compare your school to other schools that you might choose to compare to. And it's broken down into the basic needy and the regular, or the people borrowing to replace family contribution, and all students. There's a lot of data in there that you might find useful in comparing how you're doing as an institution to what's going on elsewhere. And the text kind of points out some trends and things like that that might be useful to you also. So, Lynn, would you write that down and remind me that we need to send that link out to you, and I think you'll find it to be very useful. Okay, any questions about the FADS report? Like I said, it is becoming a critical source of information for the legislature and for our agency. If we did not have that report, the number of surveys we'd be sending out for you, asking you to turn around on a dime and give us the data, would absolutely drive you insane. So although this is a pain in the rear for everybody to do, it is a key source of information for us, and it helps us in allocations of funds for your different programs and all of that kind of thing. So thank you for the work you do on it. I'm sorry we'll continue to try to make it easier for you, but it is a very, very important report that you're working with. Yes, sir.
I've just got one more favor to ask. Keep the early updates to next year's manual coming. Okay. We don't have what you call high-powered programming support for this report. We have to manually assemble it. So the more time we have, the better.
We understand. And our intent is that when you get your instruction manual for this year, that it will alert you to some of the changes that are coming in the following year. So when you get your manual, you want to pay attention to that because it may help you get your programming started. That's our intent, is to give you that as much lead time, because we have the same problem in that our resources are limited and the demand is high and we're all struggling to get through the front. Okay? I will put these reports over there. Again, you're welcome to take one if you're interested in it, or at least to look at it, and then we'll send out the link to the report so you can see the whole thing if you want it. Our next and final speaker is Doug Parker. He's with our IT department, and he's going to talk to you about the CBM report, which has suddenly cropped up in your vocabulary in the last couple of years. Oh. My apologies.
My name's Doug Parker. I'm the director of the Educational Data Center here at the board. We collect all the CBM data. We collect student data, class data, degree data, faculty data, just all kinds of good stuff. And here's our mission statement: ensure that accurate and timely institutional data is available to the agency for purposes of higher education analysis and reporting. And y'all probably may not know her, but Janice McKeever is the data analyst in charge of these reports. Normally it's your institutional research office or possibly your registrar's office that creates these reports, and they're in contact with Janice all the time. How many of you have talked with your institutional researcher or registrar's office about the CBM reports? Probably since we started comparing them, right? Okay, not that many. Interesting. Again, the independent institutions don't report as many reports or give to us as many reports as the public institutions. We believe have an MOU with ICUT and with each of y'all's institutions, and this is what we've negotiated to get: the student report, CBM 01, your graduation report, and there's a CBM ON, which is a student number change report, which that's used when you may not have a SSN for the student. You give them an institutional ID number, and then you find out, or the student then comes forth and gives that SSN, and that allows us to do our longitudinal studies, graduation reports, things like that. This is an example of the student report, CBM 01. You see we ask just basic information: gender, the classification, date of birth, residency code, whether they're first time in college, the number of semester credit hours they're taking in that first semester. We do ask for the high school code. That helps us see sometimes where the students are coming from. And then the new ethnic origin reporting that began last year. And then a major area of concentration, which is given to us in a CIP code. It's an 8-digit code that tells the area that they're studying, and restricted program admission, which if they're in like a nursing program or something like that, they can be reported to us. Yes.
How often are the reports submitted?
The student report is submitted in fall and spring. We don't receive a summer report. And then the graduation report is once a year. In the fall, it's due right now. And then the CBMOEN comes in just kind of whenever an institution finds enough number changes.
Okay. I noticed in the list for the 001 that you have the new ethnic and ethnicity and race things,
Yes.
which would be the same breakdown as we now have in FADS. So any school that is submitting a 001 or CBM report has that data already by that breakdown in their system. So this may make it easier for y'all on your FADS reports to know that this exists somewhere on your campus, and they may be able to download it from that as opposed to you having to figure that kind of stuff out. Thanks, Doug.
Sure. Here's the degree report. Again, gender, date of birth, the level of the award conferred, again the major, which is by that CIP code, and again the race and ethnicity, or ethnic origin and race. And then we also ask for the month of award down at the bottom, which tells us what month the award was conferred that year. And this is an example of the CBMOEN, the number change, the current number, date of birth. You can also change date of birth and gender as well, and then what the prior ID number was, and then you can give us the name as well. Who typically requests? Well, legislature, ICUT. We create reports for them each year, several times. Other institutions, and the public, which we can give some really high-level reports to the public, but we don't get down to the nitty-gritty with them. And then at the very bottom, we supply data to these entities and others on a weekly, if not daily basis, especially if the legislature's in session. We may be talking with different legislators daily, getting them reports. Communication is very important on our end. We have an institutional contact. We've got a reporting official at each institution. We've also got email addresses, so we keep everybody up to date the best we can, mostly via email. We tell the folks in your reporting office any updates to the CBM reports, and any updates to the manuals can be found at the following link. And that link down there has all the definitions of each of the reporting items in each of the reports. So you can go there. You can use that. You can go and it's under the Independent Colleges and Universities link if you want to see what we collect for the CBM reports. That's also the page that the FADS manual is on too. So y'all probably been there as well if y'all have checked that out. Our processing schedule, just so y'all know, it's the FADS report as well as all the CBM reports. We go 6 times a day. If you get your data in by 6 a.m., it'll run at 6:20 a.m. Usually be out by 7, 8, 10, 1, 3, and 6. Anything after 6 is picked up in the following morning 6 a.m. run. Why do we submit by a secure FTP? Security requirements maintain the confidential data be transferred using a secure process. Since 2004, all our confidential files are on SFTP. That's secure file transfer protocol that keeps it hidden from anybody but you. Only your institution has the password. So they are able to only see y'all's reports, no one else's. And then just some stuff for the CBM report. We have a header record, This is not only CBM but FADS reports. It tells the program what the report should be and how it's going to be edited. And then the trailer record just tells us that this is truly the end of the file that you wanted to submit, and tells us the number of records you feel that the file should have had in it. And so we can just kind of put a little warning message if the actual count is different. And again, just the record layout is in the reporting manuals. Again, when an institution submits a report, an email will be sent back to the institution that says we received your data, and it's going to be processed. The second email will be sent once the edit report is in the output folder and is ready for review. That's the output folder within the secure SFTP area. And what we do is we ask at each institution that they create a generic email mailbox that we can send stuff to. It's either CBM Mail is the one for our CBM reports. I think the FADS may go to a FADS Mail account or something like that. That's just so if someone who's working the reports goes on, gets a better job, retires, whatever, and y'all do get better jobs and retire, come on, that the people that replace them, it's in y'all's, it's your institution, your email administrator can then just change the name within that and not have to send us an email, then we have to change a bunch of stuff that a different person gets it and everything. That we tried that at first, and it was about a full-time job for a person to do that. Sometimes there are delays in our processing. Right now we've been having a number of them because we've been getting a lot of data in right now. There's a lot of stuff due. The reasons that you may not see your file is you could have created in the wrong format. If it's what we want, the file we expect to see is just a flat ASCII data file with no tabs in it, and not Word, not Excel, just a flat file. If it has a tab character in it, it's going to get rejected. The submission was mistakenly placed in the output folder. There's an output folder, and then there's kind of where you land at in that area, and they just are supposed to put that file in just where they land at, and not in the output folder. Again, the header or trailer record was incorrect. It'll mess things up. And sometimes a file gets hung up in the system. We've been able to figure out that if the submitter doesn't place the file, log off out of their SFTP software, that the file could remain in a busy state for a while. And then, of course, our system may be overloaded, high volume of submitted data. Excuse me. Talking about the edit report that comes back to you into the output folder. Things you should look for is the summary and the edit report correspond with what you believe it should say, and are there any questionable messages on the report about a particular item that have any validity in that? Does it really look strange, or is it is it just something you knew would happen? Maybe you've got a new program that's starting up, and now you have nursing students where you didn't before. And then we also have once the file is error-free, we do have a process that looks back at your prior year's submission, and if there's a significant difference between last year and this year, it will actually put up this little star review next to that item number, and the data or reporting official has to address each of those review items to make sure that nothing's slipping by. And then again at the bottom, we always say that, remember, an error-free report does not guarantee a certifiable report. Certification, well, go to the next one, may have that on there. Oh yes, certification. Once it's been reviewed by the appropriate personnel at your institution, They'll send a certification statement and explanation of those review items to the data analyst, which would be Janice in y'all's case. Janice will then also review your report, and if everything looks fine, then she'll go ahead and apply certification to that. And the procedures are located in the reporting manuals as well. There's also, I think somebody alluded to it, a web-based status of your reports. Y'all probably looking at FADs, but the people in your IR office will probably be looking at CBM. And like you said, it seems like everybody's kind of looking and seeing how everybody else is doing at that time.
Doug?
Yes.
If people wanted to know who on their campus is the CBM report guru, can they get that from your office?
Yeah, they could contact Janice, whose email is in here.
Okay.
If y'all want to know, just send Janice an email and ask who the reporting official is at your institution, and she can supply you with that information.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, question.
Along those same lines, seeing how the FADS and CBM report are going to get a lot more involved with each other as time goes on, might there be any way we could, as financial aid people, be privy to the alerts about what's going to change about CBM as time goes on? Do we contact you all, or do we contact the reporting official for our institution to get that going?
I would suggest you contact your reporting official. Now, with the independent institutions, it really has not changed too much over the past couple of years. We're kind of, again, we've got an MOU with each institution. If we were to start collecting a lot more, try to start collecting a lot more, I believe we'd have to redo all of those. So it's been pretty static. The big change last year, of course, was with the ethnicity and race, and the one prior to that, I believe, was reporting the high school codes. We're in pretty constant contact with Carol McDonald over at iCut. We run everything by her before we ask y'all for it. So she probably would alert y'all as well if there was something coming up.
We didn't have a copy of that in our materials. Was that sent on the email from Raphael that'll be out there? Or?
I do have the PowerPoint, and we can send it to you. Yes. Also Tanya's.
Okay. Any questions? More questions?
Go ahead.
Doug, I have a question. I received a lot of feedback from schools, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but there's several issues with having a flat file, a fixed length file, as opposed to a tab delimited. Am I speaking the right language? And many schools are asking for a tab delimited. Right? No? Am I wrong?
That has been a request for a while. Our problem, like Jane said earlier, is we've got really limited resources. We would like to get that going. It's also been requested that our output be in some type of a Excel-based format. I don't know about y'all, since y'all are kind of in the financial aid area, but the registrar's office, they'll get some of these things back, and they have to go to different departments across the campus to get information or get updates, and it makes it easier for them if it's in an Excel format. It's something that we'll work on. I understand that back when we started this, back in the olden days, it was Excel was kind of a luxury for a lot of people, but now it's pretty much a standard. Excuse me. All righty. Well, thank y'all.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug and Tanya. Sorry. Is there anything about anything that we haven't talked about today that you want to bring up at this point in time? We're a little bit early, and golly, I'm sure you don't want to leave early. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just a quick question on work study. I think it was mentioned earlier that the student must be eligible to work in the states or Texas or I guess U.S. So does that mean that we are asking for an I-9 at the institutions? Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Did you calculate the results of the survey you sent out about a week before test?
The one about reports?
Yes.
For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, we sent a survey out. As you're well aware, you have a lot of reports for TEG, and the end of your report is a significant report for everybody. A community college has a TEOGE and a Texas grant report that's very similar, so very complicated for them to do. And we'd reached the point of wondering whether we were asking for too much information. One of the reasons that we asked for this information, thank you, dear. I'm just trying to give you experience in reading my lips. But one of the reasons that we asked for the information is that, like I said, we're wondering whether we're asking for too much information. When this idea first came up, we thought, golly, we just stopped and looked, and we said, look at how much we're asking the schools to report. And what we find is that when we get a report and we then review it, there are usually more reporting errors than there are awarding errors. And so we started thinking, well, we need to make the reports easier. When we sent out and started asking this question, though, instead of everybody saying, sure, yeah, fewer questions is better, we started hearing, we just got this one programmed. Don't go change it again. Well, it'll take us forever to get it reprogrammed. So it's easier to have the devil that you know that's already set up and programmed than to go to some unknown and have to reprogram again. The first round of responses, we just got about 20 responses. The second time, we now have 45 or maybe 60 responses, and they're really very half and half. Leave it alone, don't mess with it, and yeah, please make them shorter. So what is the consensus in this group? Anyone have something, an opinion they want to express? Anybody?
I would go with the ideas of those who responded back to you and say, well, that's the populist view at this point. I think there's two things to be said. One is, once you finally get to the work of IT, you've got it. However, being a challenged institution, where this will be the fourth IT person in 4 years that's worked with our FADS report. But the thing is, if you do things where there's enough plan in front, things can be changed. It's a multiple reporting. And I just don't know, as we kind of talked before, if there's a process that, you're doing the end of the year, in essence, it's almost like a compliance measure. That's what it's used for.
Right.
FADS is used as a secondary compliance at this point. So then I'm thinking, why are we spending $20,000 a year for our outside auditors to come in and do the more extensive work with a TEG audit, which is more, the sampling is twice the number than it is with the federal programs, which are twice the amount of the dollars, of the state dollars. Mm-hmm. So I'm looking at, there may be some steps where, hey, if I didn't have to spend an extra $20,000 on the audit because of the TEG component, I've got resources to put elsewhere at the institution on that as well.
That's a valid point. To the extent that we are redundant in our reporting, we need to pay attention to it, and we will look at it very carefully. We have recognized that we need to give ourselves, in our current environment, more lead time to do programming. We get this wonderful idea, and we go in and tell the schools, we're going to do this, but it may take 9 months to get the programming done at our level, and then we need to give you 9 months or a significant amount of time to do the same thing. And it's been a learning curve for us, and you hear how quickly things can be done on the computer, But the truth be known is you're competing for those resources on your campuses, just as we are, and it takes a lot more time to do that than you would think. And you are correct that the TEG end-of-year report, just like the Texas Grant and the TEOG year-end reports, are our replacement for an upfront application. As you remember, you've been around long enough, you used to submit TEG applications. And we could look at each application, and you submitted it with your need analysis. And we could confirm everything you had on that application. We could turn around and say to anybody, this is a proof that student's eligible, and let's send the money to them. And when TEG, Texas Grant, came along, we didn't have the time to do that kind of programming, so we went to the decentralized approach. And we phased in that decentralized approach for TEG. And that's kind of how we got where we are now. But what we did was we let go of all that upfront verification of student eligibility. And our concern is figuring out how to have adequate compliance measures to be good stewards of the money. Now, when we do audits, we have had audits for TEG and other programs. In the end, the findings are typically that you guys are doing a tremendous job with these funds and so forth. The problem is that those audits occur irregularly. And in the meantime, we're kind of saying, take our word for it, they're doing a good job. So these reports are our security blanket for proving, indeed, you guys are doing everything you're supposed to be doing. It also, hopefully, will help you spot weaknesses in what you are doing. Now, your question about whether you need to do that and have the independent audit is a valid question, and we will pursue that with our auditors and so forth. Obviously, the internal audit or the annual audit was in place long before we got to the end-of-year report. So it may well be that we are asking the same question more than once, and we can get rid of one or the other.
It's not as much as not having the institutional audit on it as it is maybe following some of the guidelines with the federal program, so that way when they select that sampling of students, they've already got the information on those students. Because what we're finding with our auditors, they don't know how to use Banner. They don't want to know how to use Banner, but they sure know how to make you print out all the paper. And so you print all that out. So if they already have it for the selection for the student already, they can be doing the TEG along with the Pell, the SCOG, the Stafford loans as well.
You've said that their sample is smaller than we require for the audit. What is their sample size?
For example, we have a $55 million Stafford program, and that sampling is 15 students. And so when I take that we have to have, 55 students as a minimum under the TEG for, $4.5 million, then I'm thinking,
hey,
okay.
But those are $4.5 million Texas dollars.
I very much learned that there's a big difference between what the rest of the world does, the federal government, and what the Texas. But I would also say I feel better with our economy than I do with the U.S. economy as well.
Point well taken, Dave, and let us do some more talking about it. Yes, ma'am.
Jane, here's a comment from a school from Cecilia Jones. She's emailed us to let us know that the two reports, the FADS and CBM reports, Raphael had sent along earlier with some materials that you sent out.
Oh, good, good. The links to those reports? Right. Excellent. Okay. Pardon? Oh, the PowerPoints. You did get it. Right.
Okay, she did say.
You were having a senior moment. I can relate to that very well. Okay, any other issues that we need to address before we send you on your way? Thank you so much for joining us today. This will be available as a broadcast through our website. Usually it takes just a couple of days, but let's say we'll send out a notice indicating when it's available. So if you have staff members who are unable to come, they will be able to take a look at it. They'll be able to fast forward through and get to the part that's relevant to what they do, so they don't necessarily have to spend their whole day looking at it. We wish all of you a safe journey home. There's still a few cookies left, and thank you again for coming, and take care.